majority of Americans agree with you. And I hope the members of Congress are watching this television program right now. Everything that Joe Biden did, because of his known mental state, should be examined. Every law he signed, every executive order, and yes, those pardons. Keep sending your emails and your voicemails, folks, to chrissalcedo.com. It's brand new website. You just debuted on Inauguration Day. Your submission might be heard or read on future shows while you're there at chrissalcedo.com.
Oh.
All of our social media hookups this week, the featured social media pages. The X page at C. Salcedo Show is the handle. Now, while you're at chrissalcedo.com, the new chrissalcedo.com, you're going to see links to the Chris Salcedo Radio Show, Salcedo's Run podcast. Today's podcast is we examine a scam. The scam that is state lotteries. The truth that is revealed in this podcast at the Salcedo's Run podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. Meanwhile, the worst press secretary is giving her take on why so many people call her out for the terrible job she did as press secretary. In Vanity Fair, Corinne Jones-Picard was quoted as saying, "Society doesn't allow women of color to be vulnerable in work." This doesn't address that KJP was often unprepared, didn't speak thoroughly, and was caught in blatant lies several times over her tenure. As is the case with both leftists, it's other people's fault for expecting left-wingers to actually do the jobs they were hired to do. And our buddy A.F. Bronco, he sent us another classic, this cartoon, Shovel That Better. Here we see President Trump shoveling the Democrats' garbage. The first time, was after Obama's occupation of the Oval Office. Second time, of course, was Joe Biden, and a lot more garbage to deal with, the Obama people running Joe Biden. So there's big bulldozer needed to clear all that refuse. So thank you to our pal A.F. Bronco. Folks, that's going to wrap up this edition of the Chris Salcedo Show. Make sure you join us again on Monday at 4 o'clock Eastern. We'll break down our day's big news stories for you, give you our conservative opinion on those stories. Carl Higbee Frontline is up next. Great weekend, everybody. See you on Monday on Newsmax.
Welcome to Frontline. It's 5 o'clock here on the East Coast. Here are the top 5 stories we don't want you to miss. President Trump en route as we speak to Los Angeles to survey the wildfire damage. He was in North Carolina earlier today, checking out the damage from September's hurricane and visiting with families. A North Carolina congressman joins us next. And protecting the unborn, tens of thousands rallying today in the annual March for Life in Washington, D.C. The event just one day after the president pardoned 23 the full confirmation vote is expected tonight for Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth. 2 Republican senators are opposing him, but if the other 51 Republicans confirm Hegseth, he will become the next Secretary of Defense. And President Trump holds Dr. Anthony Fauci's security detail, Mr. Don't Question Me, because on science has now reportedly hired private security.
They all made a lot of money. Fauci made a lot of money.
He certainly did. Trump right once again. All right. Denmark says it will discuss the topic of Greenland with the United States. It's unclear when that will happen. President Trump wants to buy the territory, citing national security concerns and its strategic importance. I'm Lydia Serrana, in for Carl Higbee, and Frontline begins right now. You know what I realized? President Trump, he's already done more work in the last 4 days than Joe Biden did in the last 4 years. I mean, just take a look at Trump today, jumping feet first into helping Americans dealing with natural disasters, surveying the devastation in North Carolina and soon California. Trump has been non-stop since being sworn in. I was just talking about it with my producer. Every day it's something new, from signing all of these executive orders to freeing political prisoners from prison, like a pro-life protester, a Franciscan monk who was serving a 6-month sentence for simply praying outside of an abortion clinic. Can you imagine going to prison for years for praying? That's what the Biden regime did to Americans. Yet Democrats, they blatantly lied. So all of modern history. But thank God, their plan to destroy this nation it's backfired. Promises made, promises kept, folks. Illegals already heading back home as deportation flights have already begun. The White House posting these photos of these two U.S. military aircrafts, each carrying 80 illegals headed to Guatemala. Trump also sent an additional 1,500 active duty troops to the Mexican border. There are reports that the number of U.S. troops could go as high as 10,000 if necessary to combat this national emergency. That's exactly what this is. Reportedly, military planes, they're also on the ready to send all of these criminal illegals back as soon as possible to their home countries.
And they'll take it back. They didn't take it back, they won't take it back. And if they don't, they'll be met very harshly economically. Because they'll all take it back. You know, Venezuela and other countries were not behaving very well with us during my administration, and within 24 hours they were behaving very well. They'll all take it back.
ICE has agents also hitting the ground, running across the nation in big cities like Boston. The Trump administration says so far ICE has arrested 538 illegal immigrant criminals, including a suspected terrorist, 4 members of the Tren de Aragua gang, and illegals convicted of sex crimes against minors. Laura Tom Homan on CNN explaining how criminal illegals with convictions are a top priority.
We want that access to the jail with the criminal area. And it's safety and security of county jail, which is safer for the community, safer for the officers, safer for the enemy. But when you release a public safety threat out of a sexual jail, then you try to go to the neighborhood environment. And we won't find them. But when we find them, we may be with others. Others that don't have criminal conviction in the country will be. They will be arrested too. Because we're not okay. This is the difference between the last administration and this administration. Our system enforces the immigration law. There's nothing in the INA, Immigration Nationality Act, says you have to be convicted of a serious crime in order to be removed from the country. So there's going to be more violent arrests and sexual issues than because of the court. They're going to community and find the guy who was before.
I mean, there's the U.S. code. If you don't believe Tom Homan, you come here illegally, you are subject to deportation. Get out of here. I mean, our previous president, think about this, he refused to follow the law and then instructed all of his regime cohorts to do the same, co-conspirators, right? And then they used the law as a weapon against anyone who went against the regime. And that's what this is. That's a regime. When you don't do what it says it wants you to do, this is what happens. You'll pay the consequences. And every single day, Texas Border Patrol, you know, they're arresting drug traffickers, they're sex traffickers, you name it. They're doing the best they can. But to the mainstream media, have they been showing you any of this footage, all the kids in the desert and the cross? I mean, it's out of control. How about any of these guys currently on the loose in our country, right? Do you see this on your local news? Do you see this on ABC, CBS? You don't see this anywhere. And these guys are on the loose because of sanctuary city laws. ICE agents were even allowed to go in. Cops are even allowed to ask what their immigration status is. Yet Democrat leaders, like Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, this guy right here, Mr. Fancy, I spent a lot of money on makeup and nails and you name it, his facials. They continue to say they want to protect all illegals. Well, what about Americans? Well, here's what's saying about the elections. Bill Johnson right to his face about Trump's mass deportation plan. Trump, Tom Homan, make a example out of this one. What do you say? You came here first. Because you
again, thank you for doing what you're doing and pointing out some of the things, many of the things that the mainstream media and other channels are not doing the same thing. Like the list of most wanted criminals, aliens that are wanted by the Texas Department of Public Safety, and many others. This is a role that the media needs to play to let people know what's going on. Unfortunately, we have a lot of other organizations that don't feel the same way. Like you said, they're not finding child or mother out there, and they're showing crying, and going crazy, and keeping my kid from my arms, and they ripped them out, and then it's the biggest deal they can. They won't tell you, and perhaps that individual or other individuals like that were, the other day were just, perhaps crossing the border, perhaps they had a rat feet, perhaps they come from sexual background, but how they want to steer the story. But there's no question that this is something that has to be looked at, has to be fair throughout, and it's simple enough, but you're getting fair here.
Right, this is what Americans want. I already had to sit down and
headlines and media coverage of just weeping mothers and children. Injustice porn. Call it out for what it is. This is fake propaganda about,
So she
oh
just
my
wants to
God,
come over
everybody
later
is
tonight, or what?
terrorized, the communities are terrorized. They're crying
Okie dokie.
allegations against ICE office agents and the administration policies that
Okie dokie.
billions overseas, from East Palestine to Maui to North Carolina, and now California. All of these nations, all they're getting is a couple of $100 from the federal government. But thanks to Trump, that's all about to change. With us now, North Carolina Congressman Chuck Edwards. Sir, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for your interest in Western North Carolina.
I was a reporter and lived in that area. I was Greenville, Spartanburg, Anderson, Asheville covered. I was a local news reporter there, so I understand the resiliency of the people that are having lived there for several years. You represent Asheville, one of the areas very hard hit by the storm. Talk to us about the reaction in North Carolina today from the residents to finally be able to speak directly to the president and give us information.
Well, I represent 17 every one of which has been a natural disaster. And we're so pleased to see President Trump keep his promise to Western North Carolinians. He was here in October, just a few days after the storm. He planted his feet in the mud, and he promised the people of North Carolina that we would not be forgotten. And today,
process of fundamentally reforming and overhauling FEMA or FEMA has been a very big disappointment. They cost
where the CO2 canister is only punctured on the first jerk fork, and your launcher is always at the ready. It's capable of incapacitating an attacker for over 30 minutes, and is accurate and effective at over 60 feet. It requires no plans, no background checks, and is energy trap friendly. With burn that you will be prepared to defend.
The last one made me feel really ugly. I recognized myself in the mirror. I just hated taking photos.
How am I going to get rid of it? Stop suffering from melasma. More than 60,000 people use these prescription treatments. And in the first 2 weeks, I was convinced.
I looked at myself in the mirror and I just thought, oh my God.
Well, President Trump has officially ended the woke era to the joy of many conservatives. You know, Trump has brought back common sense policies with this new State Department ruling by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It simply means that passports will only say male or female, which we know are the only two sexes. It's not saying people can't identify however they want. It's simply saying for official documents, it is very important to know whether that person is a male or female. So we're seeing common sense restored. Trump also issued an order to only fly the United States Stars and Stripes flag on State Departments and embassies worldwide. So no more BLM, no more LGBTQI plus flag. So it's about restoring common sense. And you know, Trump has officially ended the woke era.
I hope it lasts. You know, TW, Trump also signed an executive order ending DEI to DIE, but some companies are trying to get around it. The University of Colorado seems to have moved their DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office, to the Office of Collaboration. They're trying to get around this, but what do you think, TW? Can we do it?
DEI is DOA. So I'm so excited about this policy. Because first of all, listen to this. If you believe that African Americans, minorities can't succeed without DEI, then you're racist. If you believe women can't succeed, that means you're sexist. If you believe that gay people can't succeed without it, then you're a homophobe. And that's just a fact that liberals need to accept it. But the reality is that people should be based upon merit. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is saying. That's exactly what this order represents. And that's exactly what we did when I was Speaker of the House in Oklahoma. We did away with affirmative action for the purpose of admission in college. People should be based upon the merit. The idea that people can't compete without it, it is just a sick, antiquated, outdated policy. It's an antiquated, outdated mindset, and I'm glad to see Donald Trump moving America in the right direction. It's based on merit and character, not skin color.
Yeah, I'm a woman, you're a man of color. I find it offensive. I don't want people thinking I got where I needed to be because of what my gender is or what your skin color is. It's a meritocracy. Let's bring it back. It's about the best person for the job, whatever color, if they're green, yellow, I don't care what color you are.
That's exactly right. In fact, speaking of that, you know, my kids are big Ollie London fans, so I'm excited. I know I'm going to get some retweets from them on this, but, you know, this is an issue that Americans have come to face very quickly in the Trump administration. It's one of the first things he did, and it stands as a marker in the sand that this is a new day, a new time in America. We're back to merit. That's what it should have always been. That's what the founders intended.
Common sense. Now, all of the mainstream media wants everyone to hate on Trump, even the family of MLK. But after Trump announced the release of the files linked to MLK's death, the family, they seem grateful, saying, quote, "The assassination of our father is a deeply personal family loss. We hope to be provided the opportunity to review the files of the family prior to its public release." And not only that, MLK's daughter previously spoke out in favor of Trump's inauguration, this is what she said here.
I think it's wonderful that this occurs on the King holiday, the inauguration, because it reminds us of King. It points us back to King. It says when we move forward, we got to do it in the spirit of King.
Yeah, that was really upset the whole left there with that one. What do you think?
Yeah, they must have really melted down over that. But this is not overdue. This executive order now declassifies the RFK, the JFK, and of course the Martin Luther King Jr. files, which Americans deserve answers, their families deserve answers. As Martin Luther King's granddaughter said rightly there, she's very blessed that Inauguration Day fell on the same day as Martin Luther King today. And Trump is all about transparency. He's signed a sweeping series of executive orders since taking office. During the Inauguration Day, he even signed these executive orders on stage. We've never seen anything like this. You've never seen Biden standing up on stage, answering press questions, just like that. So I think Trump is all about transparency. So for the family of Martin Luther King and RFK and JFK, this will bring closure, and also will bring closure to Americans who have had these questions for decades that have remained unanswered.
We have about 30 seconds left, Stephen. Can you keep up with Trump? I know I can.
No, you got executive order mandating the federal workers come back.
Right.
To work on the side of our dollar. This is a focused president. This is a president we've never seen focused by Donald Trump. He didn't get a chance to finish his first, his second term immediately following his first. We're seeing that happen in real time. We've never seen anything like this. I'm excited. Americans are excited. In fact, the rest of the world is responding to it. You see his speech recently at the World Economic Forum. People recognize America back.
Yeah, everybody's doing the dance, everybody's excited because it seems like the ship, it's like the right in the course of the ship. We're no longer heading towards that ship.
We need to call dance on the show. I don't know if you've seen it yet. I'd love to see Carl.
You haven't seen Carl Gabriel, he has a little star. Ollie London, TW Chapman, thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys, thank you.
All right, coming up, rallying to protect, keep on board, thousands of pro-life supporters gather for the 52nd annual March for Life event. We'll take you to Washington, D.C. for a live report after this.
It's going to be only America first.
Donald Trump surprised many in 2016, winning the presidency. As president, he continued to surprise the world. Enjoy part 3 of President Trump's funniest moments.
Look at it, streaming direct TV without a satellite. Did you see how fast that guy found the game? He hardly struggled at all. Every day he struggled for his pigeons, and he's flipping through channels faster than a falcon.
No, I dated a falcon once.
You see a lot of those companies that we have on TV these days. I didn't know which one to pick. I'll tell you how I chose. See, I'm not just a spokesman, I'm actually a client. By taking those, the client was directly with the owners. They had a no fee for life IRA, and they're the top rated by Consumer Affairs 6 years in a row. And most important to me, Patriot Gold is a conservative firm pushing America first values. It's really American patriots help their patriots, and sometimes that makes all the difference in the world.
Call the Patriot Gold Group today and add the stability of physical gold and silver to your investment portfolio. Call now, 1-800-778-4156.
1-800-778-4156. Plans side by side for free. So we invite people to give e-health a try and discover how easy it can be to find your Medicare match.
This is pretty amazing. I can go on vacation with this money.
I have quite a few prescriptions.
That's why people call us. We're going to compare plans, and I'm going to try to get you as much bang for your buck as possible.
That's great.
This one here covers all your prescriptions, your doctors as well.
Oh, wonderful.
I have a hard time with this.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. Based on our conversation today, I would highly recommend this plan.
You're so helpful. You don't know.
I'm excited for you, sir. Again, my name is Sheena. If you have any other questions, give me a ring.
Thank you very much. No, that was super easy.
Whether you're newly eligible for Medicare or you simply have questions, eHealth can help. Just call this number or get started at eHealth.com. Compare plans that cover your doctors, prescriptions, pharmacy, and budget. Compare the coverage of Medicare Advantage, supplements, and prescription drug plans. And compare plans from the nation's top insurance companies. They pay us to help you. Well, today you guys had the eHealth experience.
Yes.
Would you say you found your Medicare match?
Yes, I did. With champions, explain to me exactly what I need to know.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Champ, come on out. Oh my goodness! It's a pleasure to meet you today,
What does it feel like to be face to face?
You helped me out quite a bit.
Call to meet your advisor. They're paid the same no matter which Medicare plan you choose. Ask them about eHealth Live advice, or get started on your own at eHealth.com. Either way, it's always a free service. Find your Medicare match today with eHealth, like these folks did.
I was impressed with how much coverage you could get. I can see the costs side by side.
Now that we know that it's a free service, eHealth is just, I think, the best.
Call 1-800-396-5394 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
Every year since 1994, Colorado have taken to Washington to show their support for the rights of the unborn. Today, thousands from across the nation descended on D.C. for the 52nd annual March for Life event, where organizers say they're looking forward to working with President Trump to, quote, dismantle the Biden administration's aggressive and unpopular abortion agenda. National correspondent Alana Austin reports from the march with the latest. Alana?
At this year's March for Life, we heard powerful testimonies from those in attendance. One young lady told me about being the byproduct of an unplanned pregnancy to a single-teen mother. She is so grateful that her mom gave her the gift of life.
Yeah, my mom, she's in Georgia with my two younger siblings. She ended up having more children. Their dad died of drug overdose when I was 13, but she still overcame all of those obstacles. And social media, using hashtag, I feel like my family is really very much proves that life and the way you're conceived does not determine your life.
We also heard from young ladies at Concerned Women for America about why they are part of the pro-life movement.
So when my mom was pregnant with me, she had the doctors told her that she had to get all the neonatal tests, and she said, I'm not going to do that because it just doesn't matter. If there's something wrong with the baby, I'm not going to do anything about it because that baby is precious. And I'm just so thankful that I had a mom who is so pro-life. But I just feel for the women who don't have the support system or the finances, and so that's why it's amazing that we get to be out here to march and support a culture that does value every single life.
Yeah, it's really encouraging just to see the amount of support that are surrounding young women these days instead of being told that, a baby's gonna stop our career, get in the way of our education. It reminded me just that a baby is a gift of life. Many of those in attendance were thrilled by the video message from President Donald Trump and the in-person speech by Vice President J.D. Vance, who encouraged them not to give up, even if many in the culture do not agree with their message of walking away from abortion and supporting other initiatives as part of the pro-life message. Back to you.
Alana, thank you for that report. Joining me now to discuss daily caller columnist and analysis writer Mary Brook. Mary, what do you think about this? Especially the young people, they really came out in full force this year. Vice President J.D. Vance, he addressed thousands of people there in person earlier today. Listen to what he said.
In your works, you remind us that the March for Life is not just a single event that happens on a frigid January day. The March for Life is the work of the pro-life movement every single day from this point forward.
My God, how far we've come, right? From Joe Biden imprisoning monks and little old ladies and mothers for praying outside of abortion clinics, and thank God Trump pardoned them, to now pro-life. Now the vice president and the president speaking at this event.
Yeah, it's such a stark contrast between the alternative, which would have been Vice President Kamala Harris and her merry band of abortionists. If you remember at the DNC this year, Planned Parenthood had an abortion truck outside, and they were offering free abortions and vasectomies outside the clinic, and it's just such an anti-life and anti-family message that the Democratic Party had. So to see this many thousands of people come and march in support of this new movement in our country, and I hope that this is a turn toward a more, pro-life and pro-life say the community and promoted the family and promoted children. I think that I have several family members and friends who march today. It's a beautiful thing. I think one of the hardest things that are answering the question is how do we respond to such a really beautiful woman? Well said, obviously, look to her mother, and her mother said, I'm not supposed to
stark contrast here. You know, Trump, he just signed some pardons, 23 pro-life protesters. They were politically persecuted just for praying. Let's take a listen.
Next, we have 7 pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden Madam, anyone that calls this is a great honor to sign this.
She posted this video of her reuniting her husband, her little baby girl. Look at her coming out of prison. She was serving 41 months. Federal prison for hiding outside of an abortion clinic. And there she is now reuniting with her family.
When I first signed on to the first video that populated in my feed, and I thought this is so beautiful. And the pain and in prison alone with her young daughter. I stayed at home with all 4 of my children, and I was thinking this moment for anyone who is forced away from their husband because they're trying and so that's what I'm concerned around any answers or any accountability for the people that actually committed those horrific crimes. And you know, there's a lot of people that are praying, and then it reminds me of the 7-year-old woman who was in jail, or who was jailed by the judge, and during her sentencing hearing, the judge sits back and laughs at her, and essentially lost her faith, and was like, well, you should pray to your God in order to be able to get through this time in prison, as her husband is begging and pleading for
Coming up, the opportunity on the terror against Canada and Mexico, they open fire with other words about the legal responsibility for our country. Canada, though, now considering how we go back to look like this.
$36 trillion. That is the U.S. debt, and it gets deeper and deeper by the day. I guess there is never enough. The government is looking to slash the federal budget by $2 trillion. And no one knows what that will mean for your job, savings, and future. You need to prepare before it's too late. I trust Preserve Gold and help protect my wealth, and I strongly urge you to do the same. They are the only precious metals firm I trust and recommend to my family, friends, and loved ones. And they have a special offer just for you.
Preserve Gold is giving away a free precious metals card. Text the word Newsmax to 50505 and get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase. That's right. Text Newsmax to 50505 to get your free guide and opportunity.
Upgrade your bra for more confident posture. Less pain. Tommy Hilfiger's newest bra is designed to keep your shoulders down, back, and relaxed. Carry strong, confident posture all day. Go to TommyHilfiger.com and upgrade your bra today.
President Donald J. Trump, today we have an opportunity to make America bold, prosperous, and free. Make us proud of the red, white, and blue. Our allies and partners should trust
tackle your dog's itching, soft stools, and low energy. Millions of pet owners Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in all. More energy, more control, no more pooping issues.
Over there, so you can see how much clearance there is.
Big as 5'8".
No, this is, but that's why they don't want these.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're too big. Yeah, these are the ones that they have that they want to replace when they do that sheet. I forgot I had those.
So that's gonna, you saw what I said, like those are gonna be expensive. Like just that 24 by 20 to that grate was like
Yeah, I remember.
1,080 just in the cut.
Yeah, I don't know.
And that was just a bunch of quarters.
About it because I don't know who that is. Because I didn't tell anybody. Stephanie.
Oh, some
on that
Mexican
grade. On that grade.
He might have been like, I think he's been here before, so she wouldn't
then
know.
She probably said it before.
The Canada, when there's 200 community colleges in the Canada, that's because we allow them to comply, we allow them to comply. We don't need two products. We make the same product right on the other side of the border. So we can allow that. Allow them over the last 4 years in particular to keep them bringing balance.
There's President Trump reiterating his threats to impose a 25% tariff on all Canadian imports. He doesn't extend the flow of illegals into our nation. Trump says tariffs will start slowly as next week or something February 1st. Joining me now is Dispatch Canadian correspondent. He was calling outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau calling him the first governor. But now there are hats even being sold with the words Canada is not for sale. What do you think about this? What do you expect to happen?
And basically came back and said, we got $1.2 billion between the towards our border. We've got 2 Black Hawk helicopters. We've increased what we're talking about, spending money for nuclear submarines in the United States. So Canada kind of stepped up, but Trump made Trudeau the blame. And that's one thing he said about the negotiating tactics. And if you consider the reasons for the United States,
For kids, I gotta get with him. I should text him and tell him. What did we say that price was? Like $1,200 for that aluminum?
We mutually share many things, Lori, and it's kind of
Jason, that's his name. Accident.
This is going to be the first statement. It's all kind of like a joke.
Yeah, he's trolling him. But he said that
1600-ish,
Trump is
1917. That's just double.
Right, okay, that's fine. Like 1700.
1760.
And that was that, okay, 1766. Was that, for 11 or 12?
Yeah.
12. 12 pieces. Is it 9 or whatever?
Yeah, 9 first. Oh, fucking Craig called. No, they gave them the fucking invoice. That was the invoice we get sent from Ryan. You know, he's the.
No, I know, and I was just saying that the number matched what you said.
Right.
You said 600 or something, and I was like.
So Craig called me, and I'm like, dude, I was gonna fucking double that. We got fucked on that. And he's like, Brian, I am so sorry. Whatever we gotta do, fucking. And I'm like, it's.
But it's a 1 11/16 too.
I'm like, it's done. Yeah, but I'm like, fuck, man. I go, you know that MSC was gonna fucking triple it. I go, dude, I was gonna double it and look like a hero. Now I'm a fucking Superman because I you know,
your guy just fucking gave him the thing. I go, they never do that. I always get a packing slip. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, I don't know what happened. I'll take care of it. I'm like, we're cool, but fuck you. Don't do that shit again.
We're cool, but fuck you.
Yeah. I mean,
it don't fucking matter. Fuck you.
No, it sucked because it just.
There's a realignment. You say America first. It's more nationalism. You got to protect what you've got. You got to stand up. You can't be motivated by pennies to take a lower or weaker stance. And I think what we are probably saying is we are that kind of a guy. He probably will be the next Prime Minister of Canada. I mean, Justin Trudeau has been in since 2009. It's way too long. Time will change. We're sick of high taxes, a carbon tax. We're sick of the unemployment, the immigration, etc. We want an alignment too. And I think America has shown the leadership, and so has Italy for that matter. So it's been a very interesting couple of days.
Wasn't listening to what Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said last week about this?
It's not just tariffs over the Canadian industry. These tariffs will hurt the North American industry and endanger jobs in the United States as well.
So these are the endangered jobs in the United States as well.
Yes, it does. I mean, if you're going to put a tax on us, we're going to put a tax on you, who's going to end up paying? It's the consumer on both sides. Why are we wasting our time with this? Why don't we just say, okay, there's certain situations you want to be protective of, and there's certain situations you want to be protective of. It's so integrated from parts for you, parts for us, sell your cars, buy your cars, etc. I think we really got to come together and say, for the benefit of both of us, let's have some critical and realistic negotiations and work together. It's going to be more beneficial for both of us instead of wasting our time.
I think Trudeau wins again. I don't think this is going to happen. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't. We'll see. Michael Charbon, thank you so much. And you'll be hosting Wake Up America Weekend tomorrow morning, right?
Absolutely.
All right. I'm looking forward to that. All right. Before we go, 4 days in and we couldn't be happier, but even CNN is agreeing with us that America, they love Trump. We've got that story with Frontline returns.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Manulife Pain Relieving Foot Cream.
The stabbing burning pain in your feet is real. Here's what real customers have to say about Manulife Pain Relieving Foot Cream. Relieves the tingling burning sensation.
Available at your local retailer. Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get $1,200 a year. That's $100 each month to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month. And whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. You can pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long. Even new residents. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as fillings. They may also have vision coverage, including vision exams, and a yearly allowance sports eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. Even hearing coverage, which includes hearing exams and covered sports hearing aids. You'll even have a $0 copay for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. Most your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana. So call the number on your screen now. Speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like $1,200 a year to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter services? So if you have Medicare or Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, it can even help you lower your over the phone. And a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana. A warm food. And here we go. Your consumer cellular tower. They don't. Consumer cellular uses the same towers as big wireless, but then passes for savings on video.
So I did a free vaccination when I got into my switch.
Yep, saving money for something else. Speaking of, I ordered this sometime. Thank you. Oh, shoot.
Oh, okay.
Pretty high up here.
For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage and your second month free, call Consumer Center.
Israel is under attack.
Israel has been attacked like never before. Our skies are filled with rockets and drones. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews urgently needs your help to send out emergency teams across the Holy Land.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $45 gift to rush emergency aid to the people of Israel struggling to survive day after day in bomb shelters.
We are bringing food. We are bringing emergency resources to save lives. Those may alone. We need you to stand with Israel now.
Hola, viene. Good morning, at night.
Tens of thousands of families desperately need emergency life-saving aid today.
Please don't wait. Now is the time to act.
Call the scheme or go online now.
You know, Trump is winning when even CNN has to admit it.
The American people really like what they're seeing, at least compared to where Donald Trump started 8 years ago. Look at where we are now in January 2025. Considerably better, at plus 6 points. That's up 9 points to borrow a Donald Trump race. This is big league. This is a sign that the American people, at least initially, like what they're seeing. And so you see right here, more Americans approve Donald Trump's job than disapprove, and that is very much unlike what we saw 8 years ago.
Another phrase from Trump, this is huge. And here's another little tidbit for you. Trump is also the only president in history to have a higher approval rating in the first month of his second term than he ever did at any point during his first term. Guarantee you his approval numbers continue to rise as he continues to make America great again. You know what? Winning never gets tiresome, folks. All right, that'll do it for this edition of Frontline. Carl will be back Monday, so don't worry. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. I'll be hosting the Count right during News Matters from 5 to 7 p.m. You can check out my show, Sunday Agenda, from noon until 2 p.m. I'm Olivia Serrana. As always, I like to end every show with a message of hope during these trying times. Trust and remember that God is with you in all ways, always. Greta Van Susteren is up next. Expected touchdown in Los Angeles. He is there to tour the catastrophic damage from the wildfires. Those wildfires that began 17 days ago are not pretty much. They're still burning in parts of LA County. We're going to bring you President Trump's visit live at first. We're going to take you to North Carolina. That's where President Trump's first step today. He wants to see firsthand the catastrophic damage there, left behind by Hurricane Nicole. That storm hit the state 4 months ago in December. Still struggling to recover. Here's President Trump a short time ago in North Carolina.
A few months gas, go back to running water heaters today. Some North Carolinians can't take a hot water shower. They can't drink water. They don't know where to get it. It's delivered to them by someone. They just go out and somehow find some. It's been 4 months since the storm made landfill, and still 180 roads remain closed and in ruins. But under the Trump administration, the days of betrayal and neglect are over. They are over. I'm pleased to announce that under our leadership, the federal government will be surging housing solutions to the state that go beyond mere temporary hotel stays that ended up being very short term. The government wouldn't do it any longer, which is ridiculous. We'll marshal all available resources and bring back potable water and make your water and infrastructure dramatically more reliable very quickly. Today I'll also be signing an executive order slashing all red tape and bureaucratic barriers and permits to ensure the rapid reconstruction of the roads here in western North Carolina. We're going to go through a permitting process that's called no permitting, just get it done. We'll do the work of fundamentally changing, terminating, or overhauling
President and CEO experienced first, and President and CEO
CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. Reverend Franklin Graham joins me. Good evening, sir. And we just heard from the president, and I noticed you in the back, and I know you were there today. What did the president see today?
Well, I just appreciate so much that the president would make his first trip outside of Washington to be inaugural. To come to North Carolina to see the victims of this hurricane. This probably one of the largest natural disasters in the history of my lifetime, at least. And he came down to be with people that were still suffering and gave it, the whole that he gave.
No, he just took off. What's up? What?
He was there. She was so gracious and kind.
Which one?
And sweet to everybody that she spoke to. And it just made people feel good.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah. You just have to bring it back. I'll let him know.
It gives people hope.
I don't know if that'll be a problem. He has your number, right? Are they here? No, you can drop them off. He left.
He had some ideas on how to do that.
Or no, right there. Sorry, I thought he left.
First, we don't take people money. Our income comes from God's people.
You guys.
And so we don't depend on government to do the work that we do. But there are a lot of people out there that need help, and there's a lot more work to be done. And Samaritan's First will be there for a long time, Trevor. I don't know, it's going to be at least 3 more years in this area.
The way I split screen because while he was in North Carolina looking at your catastrophe in your state, he also quickly jumped on Air Force One to hit the other part of the country. California was a wild card, but going back to North Carolina, you've covered disasters all over the world, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes. What has made this one so almost slow to recovery? Because this was in September, and now we're at almost the end of January.
Well, first of all, I think this was the infrastructure of the roads were washed out, landslides, cut roads into bridges were taken out. You live on one side of the street and you have a nice bridge that will get you out, and now you can't get out of your house or prison. Now that's what made this subject different at the very beginning. And then there was this, you couldn't get help for people. We had to roll out helicopters. Samaritan's First, we had one helicopter, but people like Joe Kids and Rick Kendrick, they gave the helicopters. The Air National Guard started flying with us, 82nd Airborne started flying with us. And these helicopters were landing, they load them up and tell them where to go. They would drop the supplies off at churches and at fire stations all across Western North Carolina. Thousands and thousands of tons of supplies. But Brett is also a neighbor helping neighbor. One neighbor couldn't get out, but another neighbor had a four-wheel drive or something. They got to get up and help them get out and go across the pasture to get to the road. It was incredible. Everybody helping everybody. And Brett, they enjoyed doing it. Everyone inspired and strong to this help each other, this survive.
There's so many wonderful stories about those who did survive. Probably one that always sticks with me is the family who escaped the war in Ukraine to come to the United States, only to be killed in this floods and in the wars. Tell me this, how cold is it? Because these people, some of them, they lost their homes, they don't have their heat. How cold is it in North Carolina now?
Well, it's about 40 degrees here. But the last couple of weeks we've been down, single digits, extremely cold. And so people, they had a house or a trailer or something to live in, and pipes started freezing and losing their water. So I think there's one problem about we had to pull our work off temporarily because it was too cold to get out there and work. We were putting in foundations and it was too cold for cement. So we'll be flying back out next week. I think it's supposed to warm up. We need better weather there, but it is cold and people are suffering.
President Trump spoke about FEMA. You've worked in so many different states with FEMA. Does FEMA need to be reformed? Do we need to rethink what we're going to do? What are the problems that organizations like yours have in working through these disasters?
Well, the bureaucratic red tape, the biggest problem we're facing is getting permits. And the president said, well, we just last surprise, well, it's not just the government permit, the federal government, it's local government, county government. And the permitting process is so slow. Getting your septic tank recertified, getting your well recertified. You can't build your house back on your own land because they don't know where the floodplain is now, so the flood maps have to be redone, resurveyed. And one thing leads to another, and so you can't move for someone else to move. It is so frustrating, this permitting process. There's got to be a way to fix it. And I don't know how to do it, but it's just right now it's a mess.
You know, I just understand how, like, why in a crisis, obviously, as I know the president's alluded to, we pull all the requirements. You know, it's like, pull the red tape and forget. I realize that a lot of red tape was originally put in there thinking that it was going to help people, but it's not helping people, heads or whether they can get water in or a septic tank or anything. It's really just that those revisions aren't helping. And whatever purpose they had in the beginning, they just aren't helping now in a crisis.
I don't know, but probably 60 or 70 years ago, you didn't have the permitting process. And people built houses everywhere, and they had springs and wells, and survived as they do, and they helped each other. But now, the government strangles you, and that's what's happening.
But, the president's saying, it's such a big difference to actually see it in person rather than looking at the pictures on the screen or reading about it. Did he make any comment about anything that he had seen or people he talked to, if it had, some extra impact on him being there? I mean, when I go to these places, it always looks horrible before I get there, but when I get there and talk to people and see, it is profoundly worse than I could have imagined.
There's no question, Brian. I think it has an impact on the president, especially on Melania. She's a city girl, and she doesn't see things like this. And President Trump, for him to come down and to shake hands with people and stand in front of their house that is destroyed, and just to talk to them and put his arm around them. It just, I cannot even begin to tell you what that meant to these people.
And we're seeing that.
And
we're looking actually at President Trump and the First Lady. They're deplaning in California with the wildfires, which incidentally I know Samaritan's Purse to be helping with the wildfire. They have an inside scoop on that, having spoken to Reverend Graham in the past few days. He's being met by the governor of the state, they've got quite a crisis there. Samaritan's Purse, what's the plan for Samaritan's Purse in California?
Yesterday was the first day we were allowed in, and we were kept out for a reason, everybody was, because they were making sure that all the electrical lines were out, gas lines were all, the gas was turned off, and all the bodies had been found. So they just opened up an area in the Eastern Fire, or the East Fire, that's where we're working right now, yesterday and today. And I think we've had around 12 crews working, and we're assisting. Homeowners come to us and can you help us find
and here he is, the president, speaking to reporters.
Dr. Watley, and we're going to do a lot of work. We have the Army Corps of Engineers working as they are here. And I think you're going to see some very big progress. They left them high and dry. And now we're going to be taking a little tour with some of the people from the area. I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Governor. Very much, and we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed. And there'll be some ways. It's like you got hit by a bomb, right? Yeah. It's like you got hit by a bomb.
Most importantly, thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, not just the folks in Palisades, but folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
Let me get it done. Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You can almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean,
nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed, so we're going to permanently fixed, so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking to you later. Mr. President, thank you.
A lot over the past week over what has happened in the state. How do you plan to?
We got to get it finished. We're looking to get something completed. And when you get it completed, it's going to work together. It's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, we're going to need a lot of federal help. So we're going to take care of this. Okay? I have all the confidence in the world to work that out. Thank you. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us, some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll speak to you.
You know, it's hard to miss the fact that here is the president and the governor talking, and the first question by the media is to try to draw a division between the two of them. You know, when the real issue is how do you fix these things and have these things as sort of a mean-spirited question at such an important time. Reverend Graham, you headed up to California Samaritan's Purse. You've done the same thing in Hawaii with the fires there. What's the different challenge between North Carolina and dealing with a hurricane and what you're going to be dealing with a fire? What's the work difference?
I think the biggest common denominator is total loss. You have so many houses in North Carolina that had total loss. California, total loss. And it's so hard when people don't know where to go, where to live. And in North Carolina, you had people that lost, like a plumber had a pickup truck with all his plumbing to it. That was in business, that was the way. He lost his house, he lost his truck. He couldn't even drive to town to get anything. He had nothing. And but they lost everything. Now, I think a lot of people think, well, there's a lot of rich people lost their beach homes. Well, that was true, some did. But most of those houses are middle-class families, that was their home, and that's all they had. And that's what's sad. But it's tough, either way, whether it's a flood, whether it's a fire, you're just dealing with loss. And unfortunately, have to keep so many people here in North Carolina lose their life. And there's been also like due to these fires. And I'll be going up next week, and I'm going to be going to see it for myself. But if you don't see it for yourself and smell it and feel it and touch it and talk to the people, it's hard. It's hard to grasp it. And I just have to go through these things to see it for myself. And I appreciate the president, but that's what he's doing today.
Reverend Franklin, Graham Samaritan's Purse, thank you. And just as a reminder, everybody can help. Donate to SamaritansPurse.org. You've seen their work here, and you've seen all over the country about everyone's been reporting on what they do, and every little bit helps. Thank you, Reverend. And we'll be back with more of President Trump's visit to California when the record continues.
Are you putting your health at risk? Discover the number one food that causes fatty liver. It's no surprise 100 million Americans are suffering from this disease. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Laylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, reignite your metabolism, improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today, free with our special offer. Go online and call the number on your screen.
The average person rather suffer through team-building exercises than look for insurance. The Zebra searches over 100 insurance companies for you to find savings no one else can. Room for one more?
Hi folks, you'll be hearing a lot about RV5 these days. Well, it's true, investors all over the country are earning a high fixed rate of return, and they don't care what happens with the stock market or the Fed. And it's true, your interest is compounded daily, you're paid monthly, and there are absolutely no fees. And yes, it's true, there is no tax on your principal if you ever need your money back. When you invest with RV5 like I did, you are in control. You can turn your income on or off, compounded, whatever you choose. You don't have to worry about doom and gloom economic news, and you can have peace of mind that you'll receive your statement every month with those prices. If you'd like some more information, just call 877-80-INVEST. It's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investmarkrefi.com. That's investmarkrefi.com. Mark Refi, do well by doing good.
Total Beats, America's best-selling Beats brand, is available at Walmart. Total Beats blood pressure support soft chews contain a key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. Take control of your health. Head to Walmart and get Total Beats blood pressure support soft chews today.
Look around. Out of all these supplements, not one promises better health. And neither do those fruit and vegetable products you see advertised. Seriously, what's the point of taking health supplements if you aren't confident they'll improve your health? The Field of Greens Better Health Promise is a big reason I take it and recommend it to my patients. It's so easy. Just take Field of Greens and at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Only Field of Greens makes that promise because each fruit and vegetable was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. There's a heart health group, lung and kidney groups, metabolism, even healthy weight. One delicious daily Field of Greens drink not only helps you look and feel healthier fast, it promises your doctor will notice or your money back.
Get 20% off the discount code GREENS at fieldofgreens.com. That's code GREENS at fieldofgreens.com. fieldofgreens.com.
We're monitoring President Trump's visit to California with the First Lady. He is expected to do a ground tour of the Pacific Palisades area this hour, as well as sit for a briefing. We're going to bring it to you live when it happens. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump took the oath of office 4 days ago, Monday at noon, and since then he has not stopped. The President signed a flurry of executive orders covering issues including immigration, trade, energy. He's also withdrawn the United States from the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization. Some of the President's executive orders revoke security clearances, including the 51 who signed the misleading letter published right before the 2020 presidential election. And there's more. He also signed executive orders concerning diversity, equity, and inclusion, federal workers, and health care. President Trump also pardoned those charged and convicted in connection with January 6th protests at the U.S. Capitol. Others signed executive orders involved with the federal death penalty, federal crimes, and foreign policy. And what I just listed are just a few off the top of my head. Today, the president was on the road for the first time since moving back into the White House. First, we know he went to Asheville, North Carolina, where he surveyed the damage and recovery efforts from Hurricane Helene that struck September 26th, but so many Americans are still suffering to this day. Once President Trump finished in Asheville, though, he did hop on Air Force One, and moments ago, as you know, he landed in Los Angeles, California. Political reporter Daniel Whitman joins me. Nice to see you, Daniel.
Yes, you too.
It's hard to believe we're only 4 days or 4.5 days into this presidency.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get 200 executive orders every week, so the lawyers can take a nap once in a while. And remember, with these EOs, a next president can repeal them, and sometimes they get
Essentially, declassification of the JFK, RFK, and MLK records, you can't put that.
Of course,
That's a done deal. Yeah. Once they've been declassified, everybody's seeing them.
No, yeah.
And that's good. I actually wanted that.
That's important. I don't think there's going to be some huge revelations, and it doesn't really lower the cost of eggs in Des Moines. But
I actually do. I mean, like, if they kept it quiet this long, there must have been a reason. And so I actually, you know, if it were no big deal, they would have done it 62 years ago.
yeah, maybe you may be right, but sometimes there's just governments. There's one embarrassing detail that they didn't want out there, or they wanted to protect this source of theirs.
And I say tough. Transparency, and we taxpayers pay, and you have no right just because they're embarrassed to keep it from us.
We've also seen in Washington, in the DC area, this huge growth of overclassification of materials and documents, where you have hundreds of thousands of people who have classified Secret Service, security clearances, and they overclassify it to make people feel important, and also because it's the kind of the government wants to hide what's actually going on.
What's the most interesting executive order to you? I mean, they're all interesting for various reasons, but what strikes you?
I think taking, this is not necessarily an executive order, but taking away the security details of people like John Bolton and Mike Pompeo and Tony Fauci, that struck me as quite striking, because it doesn't, this is a he said our success will be our retribution. That, taking away security details, which is such a small cost of money, when Iran has real threats against Hook and Bolton.
The assassination of Soleimani.
And this is what Trump ordered, that assassination. He brags about it. So, and these are people who are loyal to him during the time of the administration.
Do you have any problem with that false and misleading article about 2 weeks before election 2020? Because either they did it to be deceitful, to impact the election because they're incompetent, and even incompetent people shouldn't have security clearances. They're a danger.
Well, if you're talking about security clearances, they're giving these temporary security clearances to people in the White House.
But what about that one? What about the actual one?
It's not going, I don't have a huge issue with that, but it's actually not going to hurt them very much. They probably liked getting, now they're even more of the resistance. And so their jobs are not affected by it very long.
I think it's more protection because we can't have incompetent or deceitful to the extent that we can read them out, but we can't read them out. All right.
Also, I don't think Trump should be looking at the past and 2020 for he has to look forward. That's how we can support and keep Congress.
He didn't have the authority to do it before now. I would have done it 4 years ago myself without the authority. We can't have incompetency or deceit. I mean, now I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, say they're incompetent. But so then that would be enough for me. But anyway, all right, I'll take the last one then. Okay, I'll try one that strikes me. I didn't realize how many government employees are not back at work for 4 years. They've been sitting at home working remotely, except I have liked the fact that the roads have not been that congested in the city.
That's good news for me.
Yeah, it's good news.
I interviewed the labor sector about this during the Biden administration, and there wasn't, he talked about the importance of getting people back to work. But it kind of breeds, if you're doing your laundry during the day, and you're not actually focusing on collaborating with your colleagues, on forming good relationships to solve important problems for the government. And so I think that's, what's funny about that one is that Mayor Bowser, the DC mayor, really supports Trump on this one because the downtown of DC has been dead.
Well, what took the last administration to do something? Because, I'm a taxpayer. It's like, a federal taxpayer. And these are federal workers who are supposed to be working. And I don't know who's doing what at home, but at least it's
yeah, that's hopefully not every government employee needs to have their boss looking at them breathing down their throats, or their necks. But it's the government unions were very powerful during Democratic administrations, and they put these things in their contracts to try to keep remote work. For some people, it's important, and you can be very effective. For other people, you're not staying late at the office; you're just making dinner at 5 p.m.
Yeah, there's a big difference between private unions and government unions. With private unions, and even historically, the impact of private unions to protect the worker from a terrible situation, dangers in the workplace. These government unions are negotiating their contracts with the very people that they elect, and it's like the fixes against some of these government workers on these contracts.
You look at teachers' unions in terms of protecting bad teachers, and I think it's kind of people who often go into the government, they're less risk takers, they want to just have a steady paycheck. Most of them are loyal Americans who want to serve the public, and they're not making millions of dollars a year on this. And we need good workers, and this federal hiring freeze, hopefully they abandon that soon, because you need to have smart, talented people who are working in the government, protecting Americans. They cancel all these legal offers from top law schools to work at DOJ when it's
don't get me started on quote top of law schools. I can tell you a lot about top law schools. Anyway, don't get me started. They all read the same books. Anyway, Daniel Lippman, thank you very much. Nice to see you. And you're going to be happy to hear they still are at work. I'm talking about the U.S. Senate. In a few hours at 9 p.m. Eastern, the Senate is expected to vote to confirm or not President Trump's nominee for Secretary of Defense. Yesterday, the Senate did advance Pete Hegseth's nomination, a 51 to 49 vote. 2 Republicans joined all Democrats in opposition. Hegseth is expected to be confirmed, but as we have learned in the city,
muscle cups were keeping me up at night, so then I tried Snowman, the magnesium plus calcium supplement that helps relax those muscles. So
help you understand how to get the most from Medicare. If you're eligible for Medicare, it's a good idea to have original Medicare. It gives you coverage for doctor office visits and hospital stays. But if you want even more benefits, you can choose the Medicare Advantage plan, like the ones offered at Humana. Our plans combine original Medicare with extra benefits in a single convenient plan with $0 or low monthly plan payments. These plans can even include prescription drug coverage with $0 co-pays on hundreds of prescriptions. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure that your covered medical costs will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Most Humana Medicare Advantage plans include dental coverage with $0 co-pays for covered preventive dental services, vision coverage that includes vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eye care, even hearing benefits, including routine hearing exams and covered sports hearing aids. There are $0 co-pays for in-network preventive services like annual wellness visits, mammograms, and prostate exams, and $0 co-pays for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. You get worldwide coverage for emergency and emergency yourself, so you can have peace of mind when you're away from home. And of course, you should be able to see the providers you like. That's why Humana works with multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So get the most from Medicare with the Humana Medicare Advantage plan. You can have more coverage than with original Medicare with $0 or low monthly plan premiums and a yearly cap on your out-of-pocket costs. It's called Medicare Advantage for a reason. So call a licensed Humana sales agent today to learn more and to request a free decision guide. Be sure to call today to find the plan that's right for you with extra coverage and benefits. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Norman.
And we switched to consumer cellular. With Verizon, I'm paying about $150 a month. With consumer cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable, this is affordable.
You get the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Switching over to about 20 minutes. I got to keep my phone, I got to keep my number.
Done.
Call 1-800-588-3604 to switch and save up to half with consumer cellular. Plus, for a limited time, new customers get their second month free when they sign up today.
I'm a big believer in super beta prostate. You'll notice less urges to urinate, and you won't be getting up at night for so many bathroom trips. I wouldn't say it if I didn't truly believe it.
President Donald Trump not taking it easy during his first week of his second administration. He assumed to tour the famous alphabet streets of the Pacific Palisades. Now, those streets have been burned to the ground. And his name is Fabrication. The alphabet streets were first populated with homes back in the 1920s, but now it faces an unthinkable challenge. How can it be restored to its old glory? Correspondent Heather Myers joins me from Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, Greta, the devastation out here every time I'm covering this fire, it just makes my jaw drop, and that's exactly what the president is here to see for himself today. I understand that we do have a live look inside of his helicopter as he is right now over the Pacific Palisades. In fact, we just saw the Lion choppers fly over us as he is getting a first-hand look at exactly what thousands upon thousands of people in Los Angeles have been dealing with now for the past couple of weeks. So as I take you inside to show you the live look at what the president is looking at right now, this is exactly what he will be staring at. 6,770 structures that have burned to the ground in the Palisades area. This fire at last check is 72% contained. That number coming to us from CAL FIRE. And sadly, in this area, 11 people lost their lives in this fire. The president will be landing here, we understand, and also meeting with firefighters at the main fire station. It's right in the heart of town here in the Palisades area, right there on Sunset. One of the few buildings that's actually still standing. It's right next to the Alphabet neighborhood that you were just talking about. The president, we understand, will also have an opportunity to take a look at the devastation left over from the Eaton fire. That's the one that burned in Altadena, and it claimed 17 lives and burned more than 9,400 structures. A lot of residents that we spoke with out here today, Greta, they say that they are beyond frustrated with local and state leadership And they are hoping with the president coming here today that he will have an opportunity to be able to pitch in, to start the cleanup process and help these people begin to rebuild their lives, essentially brick by brick. Earlier today, the president was asked if federal money would be available to help in the cleanup process, and he said, well, under two conditions. Number one is that the water situation in California would be restored, bringing more water to Southern California, and the other was instilling voter ID laws in this state, something that Governor at this point, though, monitoring Governor Gavin Newsom's office and social media pages, it does not appear that he responded to that. Again, the president getting a first-hand look at the devastation here in the Palisades, where every single person that we spoke to out here today say that they are frustrated and ready for federal help from President Trump to come in to help these folks get back on their feet. That is the very latest from the Palisades. Reporting live, I'm Heather Myers. Greta, I'll send it back to you.
Heather, thank you. Pacific Palisades resident Rachel Darvish joins me again tonight. Nice to see you, Rachel. Rachel, can you explain to me this? I keep hearing about the water situation and the president's talking about what is this water situation that's the subject of discussion?
Good evening, Greta. Thanks so much for having me. What's the subject of the president's discussion? I think it's the confusion that the Palestinians are also facing right now. Why did this happen? Why was there even a confusion of water shortage in the first place? I believe what he's referring to is how to actually get water to and around the Palisades or other cities in the Palisades that are in similar circumstances, how to prevent this in the future. I actually got a phone call from a Texas native this morning. He indicated to me he's a geologist, retired Marine veteran as well. And his explanation to me was actually kind of interesting. He said people should never even been living in Pacific Palisades in the first place. He said even his paper on, I think it was a research paper specifically on Pacific Palisades. We have issues, and it is so welcome for the president to come and bring this to life. It's not as if the governor hasn't had enough time to figure out how to get water in and around the state. Now, is what the president referring to feasible? I honestly don't know. But that is a great question, because one of the other unfortunate try to help or assist at some point during the fires, contractors who set up hoses, for example, to save my daughter's preschool, locked in and had no water coming out in the middle of the fire. So, to the president's point, how do we get water to the Palisades? Is it just by the flip of the switch? I'm not sure it's as simple as that, but we definitely need to cut through whatever red tape. I've had it's so difficult to watch these images of Pacific Palisades at the moment, but there has to be a better way to prevent this from happening in the future, and I'm so glad he's addressing this.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other thing is the voter ID law, and I won't ask you about that, about how to say this, and I don't know what that has to do with the crisis right now in getting water and building everything. That's obviously an issue, but I would like to see that not part of this discussion. That everybody would be raised. All right, if you saw the president, if you sat down with him, you lived there, what would you tell him?
Look, you covered a lot of the main issues. I think the one that we're sort of creeping onto that we haven't really jumped into just yet is with respect to people whose homes are actually standing. But let's go back a little bit. I think we have a couple of really basic issues that we need the president's help with. First and foremost, I think the overlying idea is that the president helped us make Pacific Palisades great again, and I think that there's no question that that's not an issue. What areas can we help with? First and foremost, we've got people battling with insurance. So, and where is that? What is that important with respect to time frame? So, for example, if we don't have a time frame on cleanup, on when a home is going to be available for someone either to move into, move back into, or what is the time frame for anything for someone who's building. Insurance, for example, is really used for 3 months or 6 month idea that we should be back in our homes sometime within 3 to 6 months. The information that we're getting now is more along the lines of 18 months to 2 years. That's a problem. There was a meeting last night, Greta. This was really disappointing. I wasn't even able to log on to this meeting. I think they So even if there is information and I'm still able to get it out to people, the meeting was recorded. What I did hear was pretty much the first half of that was very useless, first half of the meeting. The second half started dealing with potentially some issues that could help some people. But what we're dealing with are officials who still do not have the capability of going out there, even on the ground, and having a meeting with people.
I know, I am a pretty, in general, anti-meeting, there's a lot of talk about it, and not a whole lot of doing it in crisis, but anyway, great show, Barbara, thank you once again.
Thanks for having me.
And Israel just told UNRWA to get out of Jerusalem, and get out by January 30th. A short time ago, in a letter that was written to the United Nations, UNRWA Israel told UNRWA that it needs to get out by the 30th of January. This is because the law was passed saying that UNRWA cannot be. So we'll see how the United Nations responds to that. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Now, there's a place America gets its news. Tuned to Just the Facts. News. Real news for real people.
The vision for Republican Net is to connect people, connect Republicans together through life, through conversation, through camaraderie, through celebration. My hope is when people pop open a bottle of Republican Red and place it on the table, it's just like the other people everybody else do. Starts important conversations and brings life to your sugar red.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free and will even bill your insurance directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med.
Cold outside. How to protect your vehicle from winter's wrath? Of course, the hot sun can be tough on vehicles too. You need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners and cargo liner will shield the covering from sand and snow. For your interior, there's seat protector and sunshade, plus mud flaps and bump step for the exterior. In-hand liner with shock absorbing rings safeguards your truck bed from costly damage. Order American-made products at WT.com. Surf's up.
McVulcan Chevrolet is the world's largest Corvette dealer once again, setting a record for the highest number of new Corvettes ever sold in calendar year 1,857 in total. Your premier Corvette buying experience begins at McVulcan Chevrolet. McVulcan has hundreds of Corvettes in stock and ready for immediate delivery. America's sports car. Trust the number one Corvette dealer in the world, McVulcan Chevrolet.
Lumber Liquidators is open and ready to save you big money on a beautiful new floor. See our flooring experts at over 200 locations nationwide. Save us 50% on a new floor. Go to
When our next questions come in, I'm ready to Thanks, my lady.
aspects of this that recognize that people are in need. And as the pastor reminded me and others the day we had a faith meeting, people feel helpless, but not everybody feels hopeless. That these two bills appropriating $2.5 billion effective immediately the communities impacted by these wildfires. Thank you all very much.
California State Assemblyman representing Sacramento County, Josh, for joining the committee, sir. You voted for this particular bill that the governor of California just signed, but you wanted a little bit more. You wanted more money for what, sir?
Thanks for having me, Greta, and absolutely we're happy to support this relief package. I think the important thing to point out, though, is what this relief package is missing. Republicans in the California State Legislature asked for an additional $1 billion prevention, wildfire prevention in California, something that is sorely lacking in our state. That was rejected and has continued to be rejected by the supermajority here in California. And so I think it's really important that we act on that as quickly as possible because it's not just about providing relief that is very important. We also have to work to prevent future tragedies.
I don't understand this, though, about this $1 billion why. First of all, I'm not so sure that that's, the problem right now. You put up the fire right now. But I don't understand why anyone would vote against the prevention, and you say the Democrats are voting against the Democrats, and in terms of money, in terms of Republicans who don't want to spend the money, yet it's the Republicans who want to spend the $1 billion on prevention. So can you help me out a little bit on this? Explain this to me. service is predicted to be high as widespread rain across Los Angeles County. Meteorologist Mike Pascal has laid it high.
Yeah, good evening. This is definitely a welcome relief and good break for firefighters as noted this weekend. It's not about the wind starting to die down. It's about Mother Nature finally delivering rainfall to an area that has not been. Flood watches and winter storm warnings being issued over the weekend. Flood watch into the Burn Star area. You get into 3,000, 4,000 feet into the San Gabriel.
investwirerefi.com. Wire Refi, do well by doing good.
Hi, Mike Huckabee here. Having spent many years in politics, I can comfortably say that the current climate is enough to keep any of us awake at night. And I safeguard my well-being by making sure that I get a good night's rest with relaxing sleep. America's #1 trusted sleeper.
I'm Dr. Eric Silverberg, founder of Relaxium, the world's most trusted sleep aid.
Just like you're seeing me on television now, I saw a commercial for relaxing sleep.
I actually got some sleep on sleep better than I
Get that feeling like I have the best sleep.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health.
Relaxing sleep is made in the USA as well as independence and is drug-free. It's also the only sleep aid without risk as part of its triple action formula.
I developed Relaxium to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxing sleep worked from the very first narrative. You've got to try relaxing sleep for yourself. Because once you do, you'll get customers for life, just like me. And like now, you can try it for free.
For nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium sleep has been changing millions of lives.
Take relaxing sleep. I promise you it will work.
If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium sleep.
Every house was gone, block after block after block, house
and the president is with his wife. He's meeting with firemen and police officers in this area that has just been decimated. And all of these are some of the most expensive real estate in the world. $1 million houses that were burned here in Palisades. He's going to get the is somewhere around $250 billion. That is more than the state of California takes in an entire revenue the government takes in every single year. It's more than the entire budget for a year. It's how much damage there in the state of California. We do want to go to a soundbite of the president with Gavin Newsom right after he landed on the tarmac. Decimated by Hurricane Helene months ago now, an area that was fully marginalized by our government and by FEMA. These are the forgotten men and women. walking out. We had the president in North Carolina today, and I really thought that it was something for him to show up there. Those people have been through so much, and just to see him just made their moment. And that was really special moment.
Right, and I think this is the role of the president, and President Trump understands this clearly, being the comforter in chief, knowing that people, despite the fact that this hurricane happened several months ago, that these people are not forgotten. And that President Trump made a promise, made a commitment to come back, to figure out how we're going to rebuild that area in North Carolina. Obviously, Franklin Graham was there. He has been a critical part of America First to be able to help relieve the pain of so many people from North Carolina. And in essence, I think it was, very telling that his first trip outside of Washington following his inauguration is sending very strong message to the people of North Carolina that he will stand with them, that he's going to help rebuild that area of the state. And I think he's sending a very clear message to the residents in California who have been betrayed by these state and local officials. I mean, for Governor Newsom to pop up and show up there, now just basically almost bowing down to Donald Trump, it shows how desperate Governor Newsom is. And to just say, look, California, you can't keep going down in this direction. We're not just going to throw money at you because you don't know how to spend it. So I think that message will resonate. morning and just looking at a room full of California's worst super villains right here on your street. I mean, it's so funny because under Trump's new DEI rules, every single one of them would have already been fired. But this is what we're dealing with. We're in LA, you're making it look like people hate you. I had the unique experience of living on the edge of Altadena, from the San Diego Valley, but my hometown is the California. I live on the letter B Street, Viadel Huts. And my childhood home, where my parents first sold it in the 70s, before the Palisades was what it is now, it was like a very fancy, ritzy place. It was really a
That's spelled trim at takemeeting.com.
getmoving.com.
Well, back to President in the Palisades, meeting with firefighters and the LA Fire Department. These are the men and women that have worked so hard and haven't been given enough money and are, in a lot of ways, set up to fail in a state like this that can't figure out how to clear flood control and things necessary. These are the heroes that are containing these fires. Most of them have some level of containment tonight, a fairly good level of containment, which is basically getting a ring around the fire so it doesn't burn any further. But there's more work to be done. The president being there in Palisades. We're going to keep an eye on this. But we do want to talk about immigration tonight as well. The largest massive deportation effort that operating detention is going to from 1,500 active duty troops and 500 Marines are now at the southern border. Now that we have the president, thousands more are likely on the way. The Marines are on the way. Right after this video takes the Marines and the military might arrive at this massive self-inflicted wound that we've been suffering through for the last 4 years. And before we go to how home doing here tonight, it's very good to have you back on. I want to start with one more. Specifically, is our military doing it for us? What are the Marines doing it for us? Are you satisfied with the pace of how quickly you're able to make big changes in the border? I mean, are you seeing, are you noticing a big difference between first one and the numbers of people facing will continue to I asked you this a few months ago, I think even before, and I was asking you like months ago, maybe more about it was during the transition, but the idea of, I mean, there's millions that have come in. Is it even possible to purge millions of people from that? massive military jet that is,
What I've seen so far is when I saw the images last night that they were going to say, I thought that like, wow.
Yeah.
This is a
It shows you just how, in my opinion, how treasonous what they did to the border was. So that, and then they sat there and claimed over and over, my workers under oath saying the border is secure. That's exactly right. And we did the details on the wall that's around the Vatican, and it's even nicer than Trump's wall, for as much as Trump likes his wall. The wall around the Vatican is really, really impressive. Tom Holman, good to see you, sir. We appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Let's take a live picture if we can real quick, just to see what we've got going on in the Foundation. doing this, and I think it's good to see you again. It's awesome watching what you guys are able to do now that everybody knows the landscape. In 2015, it was much more chaotic. You guys learned, you got 4 years off to see how bad the other side is, and now you're coming in. It's a beautiful operation so far, and it's great to see that things been on the side. It's great. Let's talk about trade bill for a second. So important, we have all these trade balances, everybody, they sell all the tax to us, and they're all to sell it into them. How is it?
There may be more than 200 executive orders that were made. An absolute hammer, the presidential memo. It was actually the second to last one signed that was in the order that night of the period. And what it does, Rob, is it lays out the strategic blueprint for the next 100 days, dealing with 18 different dimensions of a trade problem. We've got this section number 1 right up the bat, talking about the global supplement here, dealing with the emergency we have over a trade deficit. There's the fentanyl tariffs I call them, the ones that the president will do with respect to Mexico, Canada, and China, because China is going every single day. They've been doing that for years now. Law is not going to tolerate that. The national security here, we deal with things like showing up Iran and food tariffs that we have, dealing with industries, export controls, all the technology that's going offshore that should be controlled in China somehow, the Odoo currency manipulation. And what we have on it, when you look through that memo, what's unique about it is that each of the key members of the trade union, Howard Ruckman, the Department of Commerce, he's going to be the king of tariffs for President Trump. We've got Scott Jessup from the Treasury. We've got Jameson Brewer, who is Bob Lighthizer, lieutenant, and very experienced. These guys have been tasked with doing things, coming back to foundational studies, and quickly thereafter, we can see a fully relaxing tariffs and other trade measures to deal with it. And one of the most beautiful differences is the tariff this time is tax cut. We have recognized in the laws, President Donald Trump knows that tariffs, as we did at the beginning of our country's history, will be used to fund the government revenues and in large part fund that tax cut we're going to need in a few months when this all on the
Well, my second question was about tariffs. So you can hit that all in one big song, but it's not just easy to do that. I mean, you're doing that process, and you're doing it very well. CNBC's out there saying that the reason that the market is always weak is because the tariffs haven't come yet, and they might not be coming, and there's a potential that a lot of people think tariffs are inflationary. That's not the case.
It's still absolutely not inflationary. How do we know that? Because Donald Trump instituted the most aggressive tariffs on China, steel, aluminum, dishwashers, solar panels. We had zero. There's not 10 reasons I got but the big one is that we
Coming back, hopefully you get more out of this meeting, waiting for the president to walk in the door with that stuff.
You know Rob Liberty. He's smart, bold, and stand strong for your values. Rob is fighting for you. Watch Liberty weeknights only on Newsmax.
Want to take on foreign service? The players are the best product engineer. You really save $200 a month. No, you can't wait from $389 to $164. Stop waiting to see how much you can save today.
Muscle pills for keeping habit now. So then, I tried SlowMed, a magnesium plus calcium supplement that helps relax tense muscles, so I can rest comfortably. And SlowMed tablets have a slow-release formula that's gentle on my stomach. That's why I
themselves an incredible nutritional supplement called Immuno 150. Now it contains 70 minerals and 80 additional nutrients. I suggest you try Immuno 150 if you want a chance to be in good health and feel good when you're 90 years old like me, with no arthritis, no heart problems, no diabetes, or high blood pressure, now, Immuno 150 contains 8 times more minerals than the average food. Our foods like minerals, so we like minerals. No wonder the world is sick. Now look at the two videos on our website. You will see that Immuno 150 is a concise and complete, no nonsense, no hype product. So place your order online or
2,000 acres in California burns every year. So are we just and then this happens again the year after, the year after, the year after? Or Kevin Kiley's in that room, fierce critic, Devin Malthus in that room, Congressman, fierce critic of their practices of managing fires.
Yeah.
So are we going to require them to change things, or are we going to do this every other year?
Exactly right. Tom, I don't know if Tom made it to this, the congressman that wrote that up in the Wall Street Journal talking about how they managed to get fire burns down to only about 1 million acres a year, maybe a little bit less. But in the last few years, because they stopped doing all the work, those are going back up to numbers they haven't seen since the 1800s. The president's sitting down right next to Riverdale, right next to his wife, and right next to the mayor of Los Angeles. Let's listen to him.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's a very sad period of what makes you feel good. I met so many of the homeowners, every one of them, a lot of them, and every one of them said to me they want to rebuild. I said, will you go elsewhere? No. There wasn't even like a question. They love the area, they love the people, it's like a family. It's incredible, actually, when you see some things like that. We just left North Carolina and we had just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing and everyone is in perfect physical shape. They said, they have very high standards. And the pictures with all of them. Very nice they gave us a little helmet. And I said, you wear this? It's real? And they said, yeah. I said, it's overly heavy. You have to be very strong to wear that. That's Steve Control. So it's pretty good. But I just wanted to thank everybody. We're going to be with you. The governor met us at the plane. And we had a good talk, very positive talk. We had to work together to get this really work out. I don't think you can realize how much it is out I didn't realize, I saw a lot of bad things on television. The extent of the side of the tower, we flew over in a helicopter, we flew a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. Even some of the chimneys came down. Okay? When you have the chimneys come down, you know that's pretty high stuff, and a lot of them were down on the bad side too. But I just want to we're going to celebrate one day soon, I hope soon. The federal government is standing behind you 100%. The First Lady and I are in California to express a great love for the people of California. I've had great support always in California. We did very well recently, as you know, relatively speaking, at least I can say. And it's been amazing. I have property in California, not too far away actually, right up the road in Palos Verdes. It's a big property. And I've always loved it. I've always loved being here. But we have to grieve for the 28 Californians who have tragically perished, and sadly you're going to be finding more. And that's going to be very sad, because I know people are missing. When you look at that kind of incineration, you know what's going to happen. You're going to find some more. But with all that we've gone through, I watched your firefighters, and they were really fighting at a big disadvantage. I got to know a lot of them just now, and they're incredible people. They were so happy. They were saying, congratulations, sir. You know, they're thinking about country maybe even before this location that they all love. But I'm pleased to be joined by many of the great California leaders, both Democrat and Republican. And it's an honor to meet some of you I didn't know, but I know every one of you by name. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barker, thank you, Catherine, very much. Mayor Karen Bass, thank you, Karen, it's nice to meet you. Representatives Jay Obernolte, where's Jay? Hi, Jay. It's been a tough period, Jay, right? Vince Long, Kevin Kiley, Vince and Kevin, hi. Hi, Vince. I know you well, actually. And I say that actually with love, because he's actually been a great congressman for a long time, and he's a great leader, and he loves the area as much as anybody, right, Darryl? So Darryl, I said, young Kim, congratulations on an excellent career, I appreciate it. Another one I know pretty well is, to put it mildly, is Tom McClintock. And he's been with us for a long time. We have some interesting things going on in Washington. And it's an honor that you guys are here. Thank you, Darryl, very much. George Whitesides. Good George, it's a great name too, by the way. Brad Sherman, I know Brad well. I know Brad, but that's all right. We're on the same side of this one. I know that. We'll work together, Brad, very well. A lot of respect. And Presidential Envoy Rick Brunel, who's done a fantastic job for me over the years. He was ambassador to Germany, and he was fantastic. So 2.5 weeks ago, over 100-mile-an-hour winds transformed the Palisades fire and other areas into absolute infernos of death and destruction. This is already the most expensive natural disaster, they say, in American history. That's pretty amazing. The numbers are going to be staggering. Most importantly, we have to get it built, and we have to hopefully find as few people as possible. We have already too many, 28 at least, they say. We're going to work very hard with the mayor, the governor, the supervisor, and everybody, and get the resources behind you. We have some amazing people, and we have some amazing fighters for doing like this. We also like the concept of getting some of the best developers in the country. I had so many calls from developers, and they want to come in. They don't want anything. They just want to come in and help, and they really know how to get things done and get things built. I would ask that the local officials, because we're going to essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly, because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits. I'd ask that the local permitting process be the same. Some of the people were saying they're going to be forced to wait 18 months for their permits, and I don't think you're going to do that. I can't imagine that. So they are literally in a position right now, they'd like to start tonight, and they'll clean their site, they'll do everything, they just want to start. And they were very concerned with the 18 months, so I'm sure we can get it down to, I would say, not even 18 days. They are ready to start. I met so many of them. The fire took place, it's nice and cool, and they want to start taking it. They want to take the debris, they want to take rid of it. They do it by their own hand. And we're going to see some amazing things happen. So we're waiving the federal permits. Either way, that or give them to you so rapidly, it's going to be essentially the same thing. We're going to try to just waive them. And we're relying on the local, but the local I always need to present the exact thing. They're literally ready to start right away tonight. So you could do almost the same thing or the same thing, it would be great. We're really working, you have to check things out a little bit. A lot of them, every single one of them is rebuilt. And you have one person say they're selling or they're leaving or they're disgusted. They love their community, and it's incredible. We met one from your neck of the woods. You want to stand up? It was so nice the way you, she greeted my wife in a very different language, right? And it was very nice to see. And you're staying, you're going to rebuild and everything else. Everybody. So it's really good. So I'm signing an executive order to open up the pumps and valves in the north. We want to get that water pouring down here as quickly as possible. Let hundreds of millions of gallons of water flow down into Southern California. And that'll be a big benefit to you. Look, if you don't want it, you can tell me, but I can't imagine it. I tell you thing he does like it is the fire department. When I said that, they were very happy with that. They didn't mind hearing that. But we have a lot of water that is available. And I hope we can work that out among this. I think this will show that we have to have that water. We have to have that water. You're talking about unlimited water coming up from the Pacific Northwest, even coming up from parts of Canada. And it pours down naturally. It has for many years. It pours down. You'll never run out. You'll never have shortages, and you won't have things like this. And when you do, you'll have a lot of water to put it out. So I'm going to ask that you figure that out. But I really strongly recommended this 7 years ago, and I think I'm going to just do it. If you have big problems, you can let me know, but I just can't even imagine it. But we're also surging federal resources and assistance to the state, and California has adopted common sense policies to prevent fires, and we all know that. We were talking 7 or 8 years ago, I was talking to people from Austria, people from Finland, people that live in forests. One of the top leaders of Austria said, we don't have forests yet, so we have trees that are actually far more flammable than they have in California, but they literally rake their forests, they take down, if a tree comes down, they see them 18 months after that, it's like a matchstick. And environmentally, some environmental groups like the trees that just melt into the ground, but when they do melt into the ground, they become an inferno. So I think you're going to have to change your ways in terms of that. You have 30 years of leaves, and those leaves are dry as a bone. Interestingly, because I was in Paradise, a long time ago, I was in Paradise. What a beautiful paradise it was. And how's it doing, by the way? Remember, you said you were up here, President. I wasn't there. I never saw anything like it. But you know what amazed me? I'll never forget it. The trees were okay. Because the trees were water with water. They sucked that water out of the ground. This was an inferno. Just like, I would say no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problems. Tremendous wind is not a lot you can do with it. It was up to 100 miles an hour. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark at the bottom. They were absolutely living, and they lived. It was soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away because they're matchsticks. But we saw that, you saw that, and I commented at the time, I said, look at this, the house is going down, the trees are everything a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing, it's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it as full management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully. We don't have forest fires, they just don't have them. So I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So there can be no golden age without the golden state. It's a great state. It's a fantastic place. And we're going to have a big celebration. So we're going to come back, and we'll come back as much as you need. And we're going to turn it around, and we're going to open the coffins. You know, America wants us to be taken care of. This was a horrible thing to watch, and the way it just kept going and going, and then they find another area. It was like a genius on the other side of the fire. It was a genius. The way it kept moving, but we're not going to stand for it. I just met with the Olympic people, and they're all set to do a real job. So we have the Olympics, and I got them. You know, it was very interesting. I made a deal with the Olympics. I was told by your former mayor. And he said, would you call the Olympics because I must...
Oh, it's over here. It was that aluminum.
They wouldn't do it. I don't know, it was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got even the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. And Gianni was great, the head of it, and so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be
a great celebration, but I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I was president when I got them. I said, oh boy, it's too bad I won't be president. Who knew this was going to happen, right? I said, I won't be president because we're doing everything. And in fact, I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got them, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250 years is going to be a very big deal. So we have the 3
So
days
they don't have to weld all the way around.
If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement, right? Okay.
Mr. President, thank you for
Sure,
coming
thank you.
to the 32nd Congressional District and
Thank you.
making feel good. Most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months. We've got 16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii. And I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of.
Yeah, you don't need to.
But I've been in Congress for 28 years. I really disagree with Louisiana on their abortion policy. I disagree with them on their campaign finance policy. I disagree with North Dakota on their gun policy. And I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also on tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs, but I have no tariffs on
But he also said that I know you've had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood. You mentioned a couple of things, us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape, we could get this as fast as possible. And we're doing that.
I was saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No, that will not be.
Okay, I just hope that.
You can hold me to.
Because 4 groups said that.
No.
Okay, they should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care of, to make sure that there's not the getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody had their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of the process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help.
You got it. I told you, you will have no permit problem. There will be zero delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have. I am more because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I mean, I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly, and they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing because they're not allowed to do it. Now, when you mention hazardous waste, well, the hazardous waste, what's hazardous waste? You have to find that. You go through a whole series of questions of determining what's hazardous. No. Okay, so you have to allow the people to go on this site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm Dr. Fabrication Shoe, and I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena. That's the Eaton fire. And there is a world of hurt there. I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation, but it's apocalyptic in Altadena, and thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barker in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing. And there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area, the Eaton fire. And thousands of people are without homes. And these are working people. These are working class people. There are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then finally became the first Black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena City College, and then retired, now 88 years old, and then her whole 30 years burned in Altadena.
Yeah.
She has nothing. She left with only the clothes on her back. She has nothing. And so they need this help, and I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena, and that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up. And I also represent Altadena. And what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talk to when you're living. You've got individuals from every walk of life. And it is actually, at one time was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was readily. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of the people that you've got there now, to work with them, work with your administration, to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AMA church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty of making ends meet, you understand the high cost of living, and now their biggest fear is that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, we talked about 18 months, I told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then give up the job. Because we are all hands on deck. And if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll with it. Reform is not eliminated.
It would have a great impact, I know you very, very well. It would have an unbelievable impact in the
on the fire stuff, but today we're talking about fire. But it's good for everything, so I hope you can lead a group, and Daryl, you can lead a group, I know you feel. And, you know, support what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions of dollars, sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, you know, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, perhaps per person. I say, you mean you can only have, 38 gallons sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while, and you just think it's ridiculous. When you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country, and we should be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone, that even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not. It can happen because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas, so it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Mr. President, can I just speak for a moment? Kenneth Conley, California.
Yes.
First of all, you're absolutely right about the coastal commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in, about this.
They are out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's the same thing that they get.
I think they thrive on it, actually. So ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets.
It's true.
He lost his house in the studio we wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vase. I gave my wife flowers every week. And the water was baseballs. And I dumped the baseballs on the ground and I used the bucket. But there was still no water, except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. 2 guys showed up in a truck, 2 neighbors. We found 2 more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire. Right? You can't stop at 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuations. There was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled because there was traffic police. The fire department wasn't deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors what would they want to know if I could ask the president. The number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make money, we need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California and disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policies. So they have $50 million for that. They're not removing people into rental homes. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master fire relief and rebuilding, and not on everything else.
Good idea. Here's a good one right over here. I don't know you. He's very busy ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, she had all history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grinnell has been fantastic, and he lives here. And I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend something to people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Brent Clark is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that. And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. The ones that did have water did have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, maybe you have sprinklers over your living room, in your bathroom, in your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grinnell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people. Would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it, because we're talking about a lot of money. The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business, and small business is big business. Small business administration, and she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money and other exchanges actually. They're fantastic people, and she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business in the area, because you can they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually a very big business when you add it all up. And she's going to come here. It's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady, because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina, because there was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad, and she just wanted to go there. We said we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day, because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here, very, very similar situation. Different, so different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here. We appreciate it. Is that local? You got it? You got it? I don't want to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the city, the town, or the state is not going to be permitted. And the problem with permits, it only takes one. You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you 24 hours, it's not going to help you very much, so they have to work with that. That's what everybody said.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together, both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
6 months, no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is clear out the debris. And you know we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe. We want you to be back to your home immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost
and
a
they
lot.
can.
You should have them do it because by the time you have a contract, you won't be 2 years.
If a family...
People are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can...
There's not that much left, it's all incinerated. And, you know, it's just gonna take a long time. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's smoking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throw the stuff away, and your site will be, it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city has a demolition contract. That's going to charge him $25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers. I tell you, when I'm exercising my emergency powers, you have to exercise them also.
I can exercise them.
You have a very powerful emergency power, and you can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, we can. Yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon. We think within a week.
That's a long time away. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of the house, they want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And most of the
A week is a long time. Listen, no, they're not saying now. They're going to be a week is actually a long time the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's nothing's going to happen. They're not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they don't want the people all over the place. They're standing and they say, why are you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. And that was last time.
Right.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in cryptography, you know, the expert on this for years. We are going to be putting conditions on the money to do 2 things. Require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. We're the big like water. You know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. We're not, you know, very good. We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient.
Thank you.
You were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlife to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that.
fire twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago. Right? We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. We need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our rules to prevent these lawsuits from filing off these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the mayor shouldn't be heard, we need to hear them and we can move on. It's all.
Is this a state group, state or federal?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they help from the state.
They use the environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you gotta, at some point, you gotta put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking about. Your local, state groups, and your federal groups too. And you gotta fight it the right way, because you will never, even if the mayor gives you, have a local group come in and sue, you're not allowed to go on your property, they're gonna talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property and they want to clean out their property, and you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It will be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house because they went through hell, and they should be allowed to build a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted, had to have an 8-foot ceiling, you let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. You like that idea, Laura? They deserve it. Because you know what, it's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place could have been stopped. It's not their fault, it's not the homeowner's fault. And I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house. Okay.
Thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the governor.
That was something.
That 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lots. FEMA was very helpful. One of my colleagues that's also needed here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, probably going to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So all day long, help with the working fast.
And we did a good job with it.
FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yeah, I mean, that was the old days when people was good. People was not very wrong. That was when we ran it. People was very good with that.
Good evening. Welcome back to 35 about 30, 35, down from the bottom. One side. Years ago, when you were for
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It's one of the Army Corps of Engineers around the 9/11 in 18 months. I'm fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our partners. I think that's clear on with partnership with FEMA and EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all of the government to get these people on the path. Thank you very much.
but you have to push like hell to get the permits, because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not gonna get your permits as fast as you have to get them in there. If I can help you with all of that, you let me know, but you're gonna have all your federal permits, that's gonna be the easy part, which by the way is by far the hardest part. You know, we go to the Department of Commerce, and they already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything that we do, we're pretty stoked.
So that's an area where we would love your help and support. I'd love to get that local council that is to the federal government rebuilding those areas.
So I'm going to back there right
I don't know how they're doing in other states, they're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge facility that's open from 9 in the morning until 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands to be able to do. But if providers as a Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep how many people do you have in California? 36? How many million people do you have? What?
You have 40 million people, you're not gonna get a few thousand people. The problem with FEMA is from California, because they want to do it a totally different way. And I can live either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA, because all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the big disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
You can't fix North Carolina or the process. Other states, people from all over the country here, and you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organizations will be a problem. FEMA's inconfidently run, and it costs about $3. But I'm hoping you can spend money on schools instead of getting money from bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer. For helping our people. FEMA has a standard. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard. Go slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll do it for a long time. What I'm saying is, get the city, get the state to give you a medium 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, can I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a percentage where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home. They have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash. So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have
When every insurance company in the country left California at one time, because you made it so impossible, people that look like me
you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay, they have their big drawbacks too, but the insurance company, I've been reading, I read the papers very well. You know, they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying about water, if you don't have water, you're supposed to buy insurance. And the insurance company says, you don't have any water if you buy a license. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, I get that.
They're pulling out the floor.
The state wouldn't give them what they have to have. That's because I remember, go ahead.
I'm in from the California Development Center. In the matter of prevention of fires, the matter of cost rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates. I think one, to support something one of the other people said,
Oh, you mean loser pays, I love that, bro. If you did loser pays, you could cut your courts at about, you could cut them down about 90%, loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing, you know, I bring that up, but you know the only problem? The strongest lobby in the world, you know what it is? The lawyer lobby. So, when you go back to your local congressman, hello congressman, how about going against the lawyers for the lawyers? Now, loser pays, operated in Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have regular litigation, so, yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side, North San Fernando Valley, through Santa Cruz, Lancaster, and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. There's several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast, moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes. I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help folks here, right?
That's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit out of today, it is really important to you in the life that are here. We can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, put them back on their feet and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give the permits. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, oh, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and the whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly, but you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
When the insurance company gives you the check on the name of the mortgage company and you, they offer you 2% interest on that money. The treasury got 4%. They're expanding their national margin on the back of the project. Would you please tell us
said, no, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice, the Bank of America, they're not nice.
Banks would pay us treasury for the money that the insurance set aside.
We're doing numbers on that, so we're doing, is that Larry Box next? Oh, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip, I haven't seen you in a long time. You used to be a very good golfer. You're still a good golfer? And he's a good guy, too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us. And we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our community.
We've had many people have found that only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell the dog would go right up, here's the body, and the incineration was so horrible, so horrible.
When we see the same devastation.
So Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back.
Yes.
Because of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to come back too. And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and
You gotta remove it, and you gotta remove it, and you gotta do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean, I gotta remove it, you just can't have it. I said, even now, I saw the fire, we go over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff, it's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And I predicted this 7 years ago, I said, do it, get it done. And everybody laughed, they thought it was, I said, forest management, they thought it was such a funny term, that's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore, we were right.
It's number one cause of these fires, number one cause.
We were having fires.
And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, they get in the way of us doing those projects.
Oh, it's all a con job, you know that, but it's
very big John Berry Creek in my district.
Yeah.
CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because the North Complex fire didn't do that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those Central Valley facilities. We don't have it.
It will happen here. Unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately like tomorrow. How many people that I see on your street with this standing in front of their lot? The house there's really not much demolition, it's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff, it's not like they're 3 stories worth of concrete, it's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there, they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You gotta let them do it. If you can do that, you're gonna see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're gonna have those lots for years, because people are gonna leave. As much as you love your location and your place, and you're in real estate business, as much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're gonna leave. They're gonna find other things. They're not gonna put up with it. They're spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm gonna give you everything you want. I'm gonna give you more than any president would have ever given you, but most presidents wouldn't be here, number one. They certainly wouldn't be here for 3 days. They would not be here. I can tell you that. We're going to override all the permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easy, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency, it's called an emergency petition. And you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit. You'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, you have a good individual. If you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission. Because a commission gets bogged down a little bit there, all right? So it's, if you have the right individual, and I know we do, we have a lot of great individuals in this community, but it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people.
And these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against conflict, and everybody in the country knows it. Everybody in the country knows it. Honored to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard. And I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow at around 12 o'clock. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was Donald Trump at a fire station in the Pacific Palisades doing a little round table there with local political officials saying we cannot have a golden age without the Golden State, and promising to waive all federal permits. Says he talked to a lot of fire victims. They said they're not selling, they're not moving, they want to rebuild, but it's a permitting issue. And at one point there was a big confrontation between the president and Mayor Bass, who said, you know what, they can come back and start in a week. Donald Trump said, no, that's not going to happen. We don't have a week. Don't crush their spirit. Just a tremendous amount of transparency between the president, the first lady, and all of these local officials. We decided to do everything. Let's bring in filmmaker and director Justine Bateman. Justine, you've been watching this. Your first impression?
Yeah. Well, I really like what Bill Pollock had to say when he said there has to be some oversight, because Bass and Newsom had a long history of letting money our tax dollars just fall through their fingers, so I was glad to hear that.
We had Rick Grinnell there. At one point there was a suggestion that there should be a special master appointed to watch the cash. And he just turned to the left and said, maybe Rick could oversee it along with some of these other firemen that I spoke to.
You know, another thing that's a problem in California are the tax incentives for filmmaking that Gavin Newsom has made almost impossible to get at. And so many people in Los Angeles work in the film business, and they're starved for work right now. There's 40% reduction in production. And I think one of the great things Trump could do right now is release federal grants for filmmaking and get Los Angeles on its feet work-wise.
There was also an insane moment when Brad Sherman, one of the Democrat congressmen there, was defending FEMA and saying FEMA was doing such a great job. And earlier in the day, Donald Trump talked about completely overhauling FEMA.
Yeah, it sounded like he wanted to eliminate it. I thought I heard him say that.
Yeah, get rid of it, because right now it's just a bunch of bureaucrats who usually clash with the locals. He talked about just having the state themselves handle these disasters and then getting reimbursed by the feds later. But it was an amazing thing to watch, a spectacle, to see these politicians defend their positions and formulate new ideas on the fly. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that in the history of natural disaster recovery.
It's true, but it's sad for Californians, and I Newsom wasn't invited, it seems, but for Los Angeles people to see Trump almost tutoring Karen Bass on how to do this. I mean, we need to have leaders here that can handle this.
Yeah, she was definitely in over her head, that's for sure. Justine, they've been great having you on, and again, God bless all the people out there still suffering in Southern California.
Yeah.
Here now, best-selling author of We Who Wrestle with God, great book, and founder of Peterson Academy, Dr. Jordan Peterson. It's interesting to see these local officials talk to the president and defend the indefensible.
Well, I guess we're going to see whether or not California and the U.S., North Carolina in particular, whether the governments at the local level are actually capable of getting out of the way. Because obviously with a disaster at this scale, anything that's hierarchical or top-down isn't going to be able to work quickly. As Trump repeatedly indicated, what's necessary is that the people who own the properties are rapidly allowed access to them so they can clear them, and then the responsibility for rebuilding be distributed among the widest number of people possible in the shortest period of time. That isn't, it was very interesting watching Trump talk to the other politicians, because he is a builder, he's got extensive experience in the construction industry, and he knows what delays that might seem small to a bureaucrat, like a week, mean to people who are actually ready to go. It's like, no, we need to let people on their property so they can clean it up by themselves today. And if that's not obvious to you as a politician, all that means is that you don't look at how you do it. And so we're going to see if California can shake itself out of its bureaucratic doldrums and respond in ways that Americans can respond to disasters like this and build like mad. So,
You know, you're right, when you have a president who's a former developer, and he's talking about getting rid of the Postal Commission, all the litigation, the mayor, and her permitting process. It's like he has a better understanding of how to rebuild this part of the country than they do. And I hope he wins, because if not, people are just going to be standing outside in front of a burnt-out lot for weeks.
Well, or yeah, months or years. Like he doesn't, in some ways, he doesn't even want to rebuild it. He wants to get people to get the hell out of the way so that it can be rebuilt by locally. And that's the only way it's going to happen.
We'll see how powerful this bureaucracy is in Southern California pretty soon. Dr. Jordan Peterson, thanks for sticking around and waiting that out. Fox News alert, Pete Hegseth just arrived on Capitol Hill, where the confirmation vote is about to begin any second. Let's go over to Chad Purple. Chad.
Jesse, good evening. It's pretty rare to have a nominee for any cabinet secretary position come to Capitol Hill for his or her own confirmation vote, but that's what happened tonight. When Pete Hegseth came in, he came in with his kids. He also came in with his wife, Jennifer. He's off the Senate floor right now. We asked him, I hollered down the hallway at him, whether or not he would be meeting with any senators. He did not respond to that question. Right now, we think that this vote is on a razor's edge. I just spoke to a senior Republican source, and they said, quote, they are feeling good that this is coming down to the wire. I should note that Vice President J.D. Vance is not here yet. We were expecting him to come potentially to break a possible tie vote on the Senate floor. That vote should be starting anytime here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Roger Wicker, the Republican senator from Mississippi, who chairs the Armed Services Committee, who has been charged with shepherding through the Hegseth nomination, he is speaking on the Senate floor right now. We know that they're going to lose 2 votes so far, Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. And right now it appears that J.D. Vance is arriving at the Capitol. So if they lose 1 more vote, it's 50-50, and you could have Vance break a tie in the Senate. If they lose 4, then that's a problem. And there's been a lot of questions tonight about Tom Tillis, the Republican senator from North Carolina, whether or not he's on the fence. Scott, back to you.
All right, Chad, thanks. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Lisa Booth and Fox and Friends weekend co-host Charlie Hurt. Charlie, Pete was the first one to go at the hearing. This confirmation vote should have happened by now. The Democrats in the Senate have just stretched things out to what? Dump dirt on Pete?
Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting, especially with the backdrop of what we just watched with President Trump out in California. There's some really serious problems facing the country right now, and not the least of which involve the Department of Defense. And the idea that Democrats are going to sit here and play games with the leader of the Department of Defense at a time when and I believe, by the way, that Republicans are far more confident that they're going to get this through than maybe they're letting on, because if they gave the green light for people, I think we probably get through. But I think it's just
Weber.
These games are that they're playing. And Lisa, the vote is
That's-
now officially underway.
that's Dodge guy, ain't it?
As I'm speaking.
Well, he has to be confirmed, and not just the thing that you mentioned, Charlie, but there's war in the Middle East right now, a war in Europe as well, so you absolutely have to have a Secretary of Defense at the helm there. And also what Pete Hegseth will do is so important for the country, just refocus the military on its priorities. Lethality, recruiting as well. We've seen that our country be diminished over the past 4 years under the Biden administration, focused on all the wrong things like diversity, equity, inclusion, drag queen, story hour, as opposed to being the most lethal force in the world. And Pete Hegseth will get us back there. This is a guy who's been deployed 3 times. He's earned 2 Bronze Stars as a result of that service. And this is someone who's going to be intensely focused on making sure that we can fight wars again, that we're strong.
And he was an out-of-the-box pick from the get-go, and had a nice initial week or so, and then it was kind of shaky for a while. Turned it around, home run hearing,
And if he can get through, Charlie, what does this say about the momentum for the rest of the cabinet?
I would argue that every single hearing that we've had so far, for every nominee, every one of those nominees is going to get through. And this starting with Pete Hegseth, who probably was the toughest of the ones that have gone. But even if he, there are all these issues that Lisa mentioned that he has to deal with. But if just for criminal alone, if that's the thing that he solves, that is an existential crisis for us.
LA
He is the perfect man.
With Newsom?
Fucking idiots. He said, don't tell me that the reservoirs were fucking full. 7 years ago, I told you guys, you were worried about some little fucking fish thing that really, it's a parasite, basically. Fuck you.
Invasive species type thing?
It was fucking stupid. He fucking
Boxes order at this hour. Donald Trump is wrapping up a major trip.
That bald guy right here,
LA Mayor.
he thought he was fucking hot shit. He said, well, I can defend FEMA, and Trump's like, are you out of your fucking mind? Oh, it was funny.
The one and only Mel Gibson will join us to talk more about the president's trip, the wildfires out in California. But first this hour, we turn our attention to our nation's capital, where Donald Trump's defense secretary nominee, our friend and colleague Pete Hegseth, is facing a very tight confirmation vote in the U.S. Senate, which is now underway. Joining us now is our very own Chad Program is with us. Chad has been, I know because I've been talking to a lot of people all day, a lot of drama behind the scenes. I have it on pretty good authority. It looks like that Pete will lose Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell, but J.D. Vance will cast the deciding vote.
Yeah, I just talked to a Republican senator who indicated to me that they thought that J.D. Vance was going to have to break this tie. He just arrived at the Capitol a little bit ago. Again, we don't know definitively about Mitch McConnell. We've known for a couple of days about Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski as being no votes here. And as I always say, it is about the math. So if you lose 3, you get to 50-50. There are 53 Republicans in the Senate. And I hollered to Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, earlier whether or not they would be able to defeat this on the floor. And he said, we'll watch the floor and we will see. But if it's 50-50, then J.D. Vance, the new Vice President, in his capacity as President of the Senate, can cast a vote and break a tie. He can only vote if there's a tie. And this would be the first time during his short vice presidency that J.D. Vance would be doing this. I talked to another Republican source just before we went on the air, and they said this is going to come down to the wire. So the 2 people to look at would be Mitch McConnell, we don't know how he's going to vote, and maybe Tom Tillis, the Republican senator from North Carolina. He had indicated yesterday he still had some questions. He's not been to the Capitol yet this evening, but that's the one other senator that could, and I'll underscore that, could be in play. So they just started this vote precisely at 8:57 tonight. You might ask why 8:57? Under the Senate rule is once they broke that filibuster, you get 30 hours of the date if they use all the time. So that 30-hour meridian, it started at 2:57 yesterday afternoon, and so unless they yielded back the time, this vote was going to be tonight. Now they kind of keep the time on the field on a Senate vote. They usually allot 15 minutes. Most votes take 30 minutes to an hour, maybe 45 minutes if they're moving, simply because a late night vote, a lot of people aren't at the Capitol. They've been at dinner, they've been back home. We might get a sense early on how the vote is going and be able to divine whether or not he has the votes to actually be confirmed.
Did I print out that Pacific Mechanical thing?
Right now. The other thing
Did you see that?
Once they finish that roll call,
Is that an extravagant enough price?
they have a cloture vote.
I just did it just so you had a base.
On the nomination of Christy Nolan to be the Homeland.
Yeah, after the fact. After it's all set up like unit cost. After the fact.
And if they were to go on
Well, no,
with
you
that,
do it this way then. Well, no, but
I'm thinking probably wouldn't be confirmed unless they gave that the time.
5 divided by, let's just say 50, because it's 126.69 a piece.
Right, but check this out. So we get $125 a piece, and they provide the material for those circuits chemicals.
Yeah, they're providing the materials.
Yeah. But we get $125 a piece for those. They're literally water jetted out and drilled and tapped.
yeah.
That was it. You know what I mean? What is it? 3 or 4 fucking half 13 drilled and tapped, half 13 in the side. I don't remember if there's 3 or 4.
That's fine.
Yeah, so no.
The other thing that I would look for here is also, let's say
like I said, fuck those guys,
well, let's say that he doesn't have the votes. And John Thune.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, every time it's time to get paid, she's got a different fucking excuse. Dude, I waited a month to send the fucking invoice last time, and it still took her 2 months.
So then he could order a revote. If they think they need to talk to somebody, so on and so forth, maybe they could get their vote.
No, but on my math, that's what that could cost, and that's at 2.5 times.
Does break this tie. That's only happened once before. February 7th of 2017.
With those guys, I don't fucking care.
Education secretary, there was a tie vote. Again, you had Murkowski.
I told you know the shit we went through with her.
Well,
I sent out a check. Okay, where's it at? Oh, it was lost in the mail. 3 times.
Just come drop it off, bitch.
Well,
you guys can come drop it off and pick it up.
They're in California, so they have a satellite shop here. Mail the check.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at.
I'll fucking go pick it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Raised his eyebrows. We have not had votes yet from McConnell.
294
or Tom Tillis.
plus the pin at like 7, or I'll mark that up.
Only no vote.
But that shit. So you can only get fucking 3/8 peak.
This is very organic. Senate votes. They vote orally. It's not an electronic system.
So we'll have to turn it.
Like they have in the House of Representatives. You might be seeing.
But it's not.
senators come down
It's not that bad.
No, but it's gonna fucking.
No,
they stick their head in the door,
not necessarily.
in the back of the chamber, and
Because you can turn it all at once. You're not losing it. I mean, yeah, maybe.
That thing's fucking. It's how you gonna.
Like the whole like a foot bar, do like 4 or 5 of them out of 1 bar with the Gruber, the aluminum Gruber.
So that's 2 no votes from the GOP side
I
of
bet
the
you
aisle
don't.
right now.
You ain't gonna be able to do 4 or
time
5 of those.
Against Pete
That thing's
Hegseth.
gonna move like fucking crazy.
Senator also Brooks come up and
You ain't
vote
gonna be
there.
able to
Democrat from Maryland.
You'd be lucky to do 1 without it fucking pushing away.
So again,
If you can't get that material, I mean, what is it, 1/4 inch?
tonight.
3,
But that's
6,
kind
5,
of where we
16.
stand, that this vote is on the edge as we stand right now.
I didn't even check E-Plastics, it was just McMaster.
Right.
All right, Chad, stay right there. We're going to come back to you in just a moment.
I don't think you're gonna be able to
We appreciate you being with us.
I really do.
It's not gonna behave like anything else.
No, I think it's gonna fucking, it's so small, it's gonna push away. It's just gonna, it's gonna push. It ain't gonna,
We knew about Susan
and
Collins.
you can't put a center in it.
Or 50 of them.
The other 2 votes to watch would be Mitch McConnell and Tom Tillis in North Carolina. But my understanding is he has now moved into the yes column. We will find out shortly. Mitch McConnell only apparently telling 1 or 2 people. I called into his office today to see if I can get any indication of which way he was leaning. If I had to bet, I'd say no. I'd say Tom Tillis. If I had to bet, I'd say yes. But we'll find out very shortly here.
We will, and you know, Sean, good evening. It was interesting to see President Trump as he was leaving the White House today on the South Lawn headed to Marine One. He himself raised questions about Mitch McConnell's vote. He was asked about Pete Hegseth's chances. He said that the 2, Murkowski and Collins, were expected. He said it was disappointing to him, but he said, "What about Mitch? What about Mitch?" And he asked the reporters there covering, "What is Mitch doing?" And I think that there is a sense that the former Senate Majority Leader may vote no tonight on Pete Hegseth, which would bring that to 3 no votes. And the biggest question then is Tom Tillis from North Carolina. Senator Tillis put out a very glowing statement about President Trump's trip to North Carolina and the affected areas in Nashville today, saying how much it meant to him personally and to those people surviving Hurricane Helene and the devastation still after all of these weeks. That's not an indication of how he's going to vote on Pete Hegseth, but it is something that came out today. As Chad mentioned, it's really rare for the nominee himself to be up on Capitol Hill, to bring his family to Capitol Hill. And he was standing, or holding in what's called the strong Thurmond room in the Capitol area, waiting. We don't know if he talked to some senators during that time, but he did, as Chad mentioned, give reporters a thumbs up. So we're now waiting for these key votes, McConnell, Tillis, and then Vice President Vance would break a tie if it's 3 Republican no votes.
Yeah. If I may, I just got confirmation from another U.S. Senator that did talk to Tom Tillis. In fact, he is expected to be a yes, so it really won't matter what Mitch McConnell ends up doing in this vote. I kind of expected that he would lean towards no. If that's the case, then J.D. Vance will be the tie-breaking vote, and Pete Hegseth will be the Secretary of Defense. Obviously, we're watching the numbers on the side of our screen, 37 to 30. If that is the case, that is a big win for Donald Trump, and I would argue a big win for the military. We both know Pete really well. He lives, eats, breathes, sleeps, everything military, and we're at a time where I believe the country has a gap of vulnerability. We're behind on hypersonic. We need to develop the next generation of weaponry for warfare. We've got a lot of work to do. Eliminate DEI in the military. Recruitment is down. They've got a lot of work there.
They do, and I covered the Pentagon for 4.5, 5 years. That building, there's a lot of great people inside, but there's a lot of institutional bureaucracy that I think President Trump talked about on the campaign trail of shaking things up, which is why obviously he chose Pete. Arguably, both sides of the aisle said that he was impressive in his confirmation hearing. Obviously, Republicans more so than Democrats, but even some Democrats I talked to said they were impressed with how he handled himself. They went down different roads on questions, obviously. He's denied all of those accusations, and I texted with him this week, and he had kind of an optimism about the moment. He thought he was there. So we'll see these votes in a matter of minutes. If it is a tie and Vice President Vance breaks the tie, this is moving forward. And the question is, how long will Democrats position this confirmation to stretch out the 30 hours every different nominee? It could stretch really until March if they wanted to, but there would be an effort to speed this up. Senator Thurmond, who said we'll work through the weekends if we have to.
Brett, I think we both have been following Washington for a long time, and I think we can both attest to the fact that working long hours and weekends is not a top priority for people in the U.S. Senate especially. And, John Thune was very clear in my interview with him this week that he's going to work weekends and he's going to work nights and he's going to stay until all these people are confirmed. At some point, I think Democrats might get a little bit too tired, and there may not be enough coffee, cappuccino, espresso available for them.
Yeah, I think that's definitely Senator Thurmond's plan if it continues to drag on like that. And then the long shot is this recess appointment thing. It would take a lot of different maneuvers logistically for the House and Senate to actually adjourn, or the President to adjourn the two to do recess appointments. He has said he's open to it, but he's leaving it in Senator Thurmond's hands every time he's asked about it. And I think that what you're seeing here is an effort for some Democrats. They say they'll vote for some of these nominees, but to make a stand and to push back when they feel it's necessary.
Brett, if I can, I just got word that Tom Tillis voted yes. That all but pretty much assures that J.D. Vance at a minimum will be the tie-breaking vote, and he will be the Secretary of Defense. That is a big win for Donald Trump, and obviously a big win for Pete Hegseth in what was a big battle on Capitol Hill. So it looks like he will be the next Defense Secretary.
Barring some real strange vote that we can't even see coming, this is going to be 3 Republican no's, and Vice President Vance will break the tie. If I can, Senator Tillis just put out a statement, Sean, in which he said, from the beginning, I've been clear about my position. If his nominees were reported favorably out of relevant committees, I would support their confirmation on the Senate floor.
He went on to say Pete has a unique perspective as a veteran of wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and is unquestionably passionate about modernizing our military, supporting the brave patriots like himself who serve our nation. So not only a yes, but putting out a pretty strong statement in support of Pete Hegseth.
He did, and it somewhat changed earlier today, according to sources I had on Capitol Hill, and whatever questions, issues existed, my understanding is that there was a direct conversation between Senator Tillis and with Pete Hegseth, and that they came to a meeting in the mines, and that just happened fairly recently. So obviously now we are showing 42 no's and 40 yeses. What we expect will be a 50-50 vote at the end of the day. That would mean the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will make the deciding vote. Brett, sorry to make you work late on Friday night, but we do appreciate you doing it. Thank you, my friend.
Happy to do it. You bet.
All right, joining us now, Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is with us. Senator, it looks like our next Defense Secretary will be my friend and colleague, Pete Hegseth. What's your reaction to the vote today?
Sean, I'm telling you, Pete set the bar high for candidates on how you go and win votes. He was working all the way up to literally the last hour. I was with him just a second ago. He was still on the phone. You're right, him and Tillis did have a good meeting today. And I'm telling you, Pete and Jenny, they're a power couple. The way they attacked the media, the way that the media came after them, and they just faced it front on. They took the shots over the head, and they never blinked. They never stepped back. They just continued moving forward. Pete earned this vote today because of his ability to go into the fire and win the fight. I have been so impressed by him. Through this process, I get to call him a friend like you.
Yeah, this just was X'd out. It was put on X by Senator Tom Tillis. From the beginning, I have been clear about my position. If President Trump's nominees were reported favorably out of the relevant committees, I would support their confirmation on the Senate floor, absent new material information on their qualifications. Once Pete Hegseth's nomination was sent to the floor by my colleagues on the Senate Armed Services Committee, I conducted my own due diligence, including asking tough questions of Pete. I appreciated his candor and openness in answering them. He has a unique perspective as a veteran of wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and is unquestionably passionate about modernizing our military and supporting the brave patriots like myself who serve our nation. I will support his confirmation. Look forward to working with him to rebuild our military and advance Donald Trump's peace through strength agenda. That